tuning. Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us still on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's Saturday, February 21, 2026, 4 minutes past 8. My name is Queen Chima. Welcome to Insights with Emmanuel Ndukwe. Good morning, Emmanuel Ndukwe. It's good to have you in the studio.
Good morning, Queen. Good morning, Nigeria.
Absolutely. It's a wonderful day to be alive. Now let's begin with this story where the DSS arraigned El Rufai February 25 over NSA phone interception and cyber crime. Now the Department of State Services has fixed February 25 to arraign a former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El Rufai, before the Federal High Court in Abuja over alleged cybercrime and breach of national security. The case marked FHC ABJ CR 99-2026 was assigned to Justice Joyce Abdul-Malik by the Chief Judge of the court, Justice John Soho, who subsequently fixed the date for the defendant's arraignment. The DSS had on Monday filed a 3-count criminal charge against the former governor, accusing him of unlawfully intercepting the telephone lines of the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu. The secret police alleged that El Rufai's actions contravened provisions of the Cybercrimes Prohibition Prevention (ETC) Amendment Act 2024, the Nigerian Communications Act 2003. In the first count, the DSS alleged that the former governor on February 13, 2026, while appearing as a guest on Arrive's TV's primetime program in Abuja, admitted during the interview that he and others unlawfully intercepted the phone communications of the NSA, an offense said to be contrary to and punishable under Section 12, Subsection 1 of the Cybercrimes Prohibition Prevention Amendment Act 2024. In count 2, El Rufai was accused of stating during the same television interview that he knew and related with an individual who unlawfully intercepted the NSA's phone communications without reporting the person to relevant security agencies. Now, the DSS said the alleged offense is punishable under Section 27, Subsection B of the Cybercrimes Prohibition Prevention (ETC) Amendment Act 2024. El Rufai had, during the live Arise TV interview, claimed that he overheard Ribadu directing security operatives to detain him, linking the alleged directive to what he described as an attempted arrest at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport on February 12 upon his return from Cairo, Egypt. The former governor was later granted administrative bail at about 8 p.m. on Wednesday after being detained by the EFCC for questioning an alleged 432 billion fraud case. However, he was reportedly taken into custody by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission shortly after his release. Arraignment 25th. I think that should be about next. That should be like next week Tuesday or Wednesday. I think next week
Wednesday.
Wednesday. All right. And I mean, reactions continue to show this from El-Rufai's return to the country, the incident at the airport. I think we talked about this. Yeah, we did. We talked about this, and then the invitation by the EFCC, kept in their custody, released on Wednesday, invited by the ICPC again. I saw this editorial that talked about bromance, right? Bromance, talking about the relationship between El-Rufai and the president, the then relationship that they had, and how, well, people are calling it a political situation. Some are saying, well, for anyone that is found guilty of any crime, whether past leader or not, whoever the person is, Nigerian should face the law.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. You know, if you check, walk back through memory lane, you remember is what I answered last Saturday when you made mention of his being arrested at the airport after arrival from Egypt. You see, Queen, perhaps you have to learn some parables as you are dealing with me, because yes, one person has to grow from infancy to adulthood.
Okay.
You see, when you see people file on the road, walking, well, you may not see goats. But as soon as any man you see or woman carries palm fronds, and then is going with that, you see goats will rush out from wherever they are. You will be surprised how they have seen you and come to you. Even though ordinarily they are supposed to be running from humans, but they will come. Why? That palm frond is their food. And that's exactly what is happening to El-Rufai now. What he said in terms of wiretapping of NSS phone and whatever may not be against the law, because I remember vividly, was it yesterday? No, I think day before, but the news reached yesterday. A professor of law that I value so much, Richard Nwokocha of Rivers State University, made a comment on that. He said, if I get him right, he said, well, just mentioning that has not made El-Rufai guilty at all. But you know, we are not talking about what Professor Nwokocha is talking about here could happen in areas or in countries that are well managed, with the authorities where they comply with the law, not where they are looking for any excuse to arrest somebody. Now, for instance, even if it doesn't make the person guilty because he's not been convicted, no court of law has made such pronouncement. They are still trying to arraign him, like they said on the 25th. But you can believe me that it will raise dust, such comment, that somebody wiretapped NSS phone line, and you listen. In the first place, you might not be guilty according to the law, but you are guilty according to people that hear it. Look at this. So you are an accomplice, as it were. They will just round up and say, no, you have committed an offense. It is only when it's taken to the four walls of the court that the court may say, no, like Professor Nwokocha is saying, that this thing does not amount to conviction, and so he's not guilty. But Queen, you know, even in the book which I value most on earth, which is the Bible,
okay,
everybody must have his own, but for me, Bible. Now, that book said that we should be slow in talking, but listen profusely. In other words, we have to bridle our tongues. When you see anything you see, you jump. Why must El-Rufai say that? And in a country where dogs, as it were, eat dogs, you know what is happening within the political circle. And your relationship with them is not all that sweet. And then you are going to make such comments. You think...
Do you think that was a mistake, the slip of the tongue?
It cannot be a mistake. It cannot... See, Queen... It is something that El-Rufai thinks is a matter of entitlement. We people from that side always think they have. When Abacha was alive, there was one particular man who also bravely is a brave man, Colonel Dangiwa Umar. He was one time, I think Kaduna State also. He was a one-time military administrator of Kaduna State. He resigned also. He was not afraid of any military person that's head of state and all that. Even he defied Abacha on certain issues. And of course, he scaled through because they know themselves. I think he's a prince from a royal family. Now, El-Rufai, I don't know whether he's a prince from a royal family because in the north, their emirs are like demigods to them. The truth is that when you make such revelations, the police will call you, for instance. And that is why I always say, you see, sometimes the police will say, if you see something, say something. I say, Emmanuel Ndukwe will see something and will not say something. Because once you see something and say something, they will detain you. You are not working for the police. But that's incidentally where you walk. Throughout that week, if not months, until they bust that particular thing you were saying, you will have to be going. And at the end of the month, where you are working may not pay you because you didn't come fully for that particular work. And the police is not going to pay you. You can see how far the benefit had been because you saw something and you said something. So when El-Rufai knows very much, he was at a podium as a governor. He knew the implication of this kind of information is very important.
Yeah.
Once he makes such information, the very first, whether it's criminally something that somebody will say, no, you have delved into criminal areas that you have to be brought into a bag or not. The issue is that you've excited the comments and the suspicion that you listen to a comment that you know that somebody wiretapped NSA's phone line. That means you know that person. Why didn't you reveal to the security operatives? That is the question. And they will do this thing they are doing. And like I said, it has to be underscored that his relationship with the authorities now are not all that sweet. So why would he go and make that kind of mistake? Because it's not a mistake for me, it's not. It's something he thought this entitlement mentality will protect him. Unfortunately, it won't protect him. So whatever be the case, on Wednesday, if they are going ahead with a plan, because nothing, then so far the entitlement mentality has not protected him from going through the ringers of the law to find out you did this or that. But in the end, the court is going to come out. It might pale into insignificance what they will use the information from the court and a verdict and do. But for now, he has to go through the ringer of suffering in one way or the other because of his mouth, which he refuses to bridle.
All right. Away from that, I mean, just like you said, Emmanuel Nduki, let's wait for Wednesday and see what the High Court says and how this also unveils. For some people, especially those who have put their thoughts out, is how the political tide can just turn around, especially considering the relationship that El-Rufai had with the president. There are speculations that this is entirely political. I remember,
of course, it is.
I remember conversations around El-Rufai expecting a ministerial appointment and having not been in talking terms with this administration, and then all of the financial misappropriations in his state after he left office, the questioning and all, and now the EFCC case. So it's a lot, and we'll just see how this unfolds and how it opens up. But let's talk security, because some governors are of the opinion that much can be done. Amid the rising tide of kidnappings from Kaduna to Katsina, the Nigerian Army has recalibrated its strategy under the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu. Now, the new approach focuses on dismantling the economic and logistical lifelines of kidnapping gangs while strengthening community trust. Well, in the first weeks of 2026, troops reportedly arrested 131 suspects, neutralized 57 terrorists, and rescued 91 kidnapped victims. In Sokoto, a kidnapped cell was intercepted with 6 AK-47 rifles recovered. In Nasarawa, an illegal arm fabrication workshop was dismantled. Well, these are targeted strikes against the logistics and financial backbone of the kidnapping industry, a senior officer explained. Well, through civil-military cooperation projects, including schools and clinics, the Army is also pursuing non-kinetic efforts based on findings revealed. Now, there is no alternative to a jaw-track approach, Lieutenant General Shaibu said in Zamfara. The Army cannot make the desired impact without the people. Now, for now, Nigerians are hoping and praying that ongoing reforms and renewed assurances from the Minister of State for Defense and the service chiefs will translate into lasting peace. This is from the Vanguard, saying that insecurity worsens, we need help, Governor declares. On Wednesday, there was an incident in Ondo State, February 18, 2026, where some of these hoodlums came like phantoms in the dark, armed and merciless, and their target was neither a rival gang nor a security outpost. It was a palace, the sacred home of a traditional ruler, that they invaded. Now, this call is what the Ondo State is saying is a call for government to pay more attention, saying we need more support. Our military are working tirelessly, but they are engaged on multiple fronts. That much more can be done by our military. And well, it says beyond strategy and diplomacy lies another concern, which is the morale. Now, the military says that they are recalibrating and doing much more, especially according to them, they are going to be using the community. I mean, you just talked about say something. If you see something that you, Emmanuel Nduke, will not say something.
Of course,
but the military is talking about community engagement.
In other words, they're saying community. Once you see something, say something.
Because there were certain times that there were reports that some hideouts by this. By terrorists and all may be known by some community members. I mean, the north central, northeast, and all of this where terrorism, I mean, kidnapping is really heightened. But coming back to our military, coming back to even the resources put together, budget for security, which is, I mean, the highest. I mean, this budget for this year has been the highest for over how many decades? Some people are still wondering why we have not been able to get the issue of security right.
You see, Queen, it's one thing to budget, and it's another to have the funds so budgeted to be released fully. That is one thing. Always when we hear or see billions have been budgeted for the military or for the security issues, how much in essence is finally released to the military? Now let's take it one side, that the funds are released fully. Do they get into the hands of those they should get into? That's the critical question. If they get into the hands they should get into, then I want to believe that because that's what they have signed, they have nobody force another to go and then enlist into the army or the military. So since they have willingly designated themselves to be part of the military of this country, I want to believe that they will do justice to their own decisions. But where the funds are even fully released and they do not get into the hands of those they should, I do not see the magic. The security issues will remain the way they are. Take, for instance, I think it was in 2014 or so, or is it 14? Well, between 2014 and 2016 or so, we heard about people. That time, Boratai was the chief of army staff.
Okay.
Now, in the Northeast, a lot of people deserted because that's also a crime, as it were, in the military. For you to desert after having enlisted willingly into the army, you will stay there until perhaps your time elapses there, or you indeed are fired because of consequences of maybe misbehavior. Now, those military, there were many of them, they deserted the army, which raised the problem. I think eventually Femi Falana was the one that, after the military court-martial and all that, now Femi Falana, however he did it, followed and then looked at the whole thing. Some of them were indeed pardoned. 4. Whether they finally pardoned them, I don't know about that. But at least it was made, the pronouncement was that they should be pardoned. And those people just listened to what the revelation. They said that the insurgents were coming with superior weapons to face them. And they had weak weapons. They cannot face them like that. Queen, just look at, I cannot use bare hand to go and fight people that are coming with weapons.
Yeah.
So the question now is, the monies budgeted for the security, are they released fully? And if they are released, do they get into the hands where the quarters they should go? And are equipment procured, the right equipment for them? Because if you don't and you expect them to turn angelic, in other words, that these soldiers, because they are called soldiers, they are wearing military uniform and all that, it becomes a bullet vest. That's what one will be thinking. And so they cannot die. No. The military are still humans who have fear. The ingredients of fear is still in them. So it is very difficult for anybody that is outside the military to be able to say with exactness whether the military is not performing or is performing, based on the budgetary allocations every year. Those who are receiving the military allocations, are they doing a good job with the money? That is what a man Mendukwe cannot say. But I am saying, with guesswork here, if what they are receiving, they are deploying them well, why would the officers perform well?
But what the military is talking about, I mean, re-strategizing and talking about community engagement and all. This may not be new information. I mean, we hear the police talk about that, even in fighting crime and criminality. Yeah. And, I mean, over the years, I remember 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, maybe as a child growing up, who I know that the Nigerian military had even gone for external security. I mean, like the ECOMOG peacekeeping. I mean, the Nigerian military was almost associated with a lot of strength. And then now we are facing much internal issues, and people begin to wonder why we cannot, for once, tackle it completely. But do you think this community engagement that the military is talking about would help?
Yes,
in any way?
It will. But that is devoid of what I have told you, that if they see something and say something, now you actually saw something, you went and report, look at what I have said, you are not detained to provide every information, stopping you from whatever. That is the bane of this kind of revelation. People will never make that kind of revelation, since they know that once they say something, that something they say will say it on themselves till they are buried, as it were.
Well, maybe the military may want to devise a means of anonymity, if that would work.
You see, Queen, it's very easy to say like you have said. Very, very easy. What is planned at the time you are briefed? Is it what will eventually transpire? Because when you are told, no, we are not going to, in fact, nobody will project you to problem, because once we make your identity known, they may come after you. You'll be very happy. But incidentally, we've also heard where, for instance, one will report things to the police, and later on, the police, the bad eggs among them, will reveal to the criminals who made that report, and they'll come after the person. So nobody knows for sure. But all I know is that all things being equal, community liaison offices and all that established, and then they cooperate with them, collaborate with them, it will move security forward, because it will be nipped in the bud better than what is happening now. I agree.
Okay. Let's come back to our state. Fubara calls for voter participation in by-elections. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has called on the people of the state, especially eligible voters in Ahoda East and Kana local government areas, to participate in the by-election scheduled for today. February 21, 2026. And the governor made the call at the government house in Port Harcourt. He described the election as a family affair and encouraged residents to come out in large numbers to support the candidates of the All Progressives Congress APC contesting for the 2 vacant seats in the State House of Assembly. Now, in a statement signed by his Chief Press Secretary, Onwuka Nzeshi, Governor Fubara urged the people to remain peaceful and law-abiding throughout the exercise. Everybody should be law-abiding and avoid doing anything that would disturb the peace during the exercise. It's actually a family election, and there is no need for rancor and acrimony, he said. The Saturday election is to fill the vacancies in the River State House of Assembly for Ahoda East State Constituency 2 and Kana State Constituency 2. Now, a family affair, quite understandable because it's a by-election and also considering that it's just 2 constituencies. However, for some people, the question is around the interest. I mean, if you were to give, maybe call it speculations, Emmanuel Ndukwe, about the interest of politics in River State, especially considering what's happened in the past 3 years, do you think that we may see more people lose interest when it comes to elections in the state?
Well, you see, the attraction of elections have been lost on people, especially all along. It's been that kind of flip-flop and all that. But then I think it heightened, or it reached a crescendo in 2023. After everything, beavers was brandished as a weapon, that of course a wholesome weapon from heaven and all that. It turned out to be from hell, as it were. Because the very first election, the presidential election, beavers faltered. And this is a beaver that the information was taken to Chatham House and all that, and broadcast to the entire world what it was going to do. Both the protagonist and the instrument itself faltered. But from the second one, I keep on thinking, and I have a right to think, because God has given me the intellect to think, that the target was that presidential election. And that's why we had glitches, the kind of glitches that can never be contained. But from the other ones, it worked well. You see, Queen, Governor Fubara has done what he should do as a governor. A father of a house must give advice to his children that are going to do certain things. That's the simple truth he has done. But what obtains in the field there will either instigate problem or ameliorate it. Because if I tell you that it says family affair, it has never been any other thing than family affair, because APC will file out. APC is one. They are going into the field to have election with other political parties that are also their own family, because it's not only one family that exists in the world. Now, when the families meet, their interests vary. And that's where you see, because of the variations of the interest, it could either instigate problem or indeed compound it. So if they go family affair, we agree, but will some members of the family be looked upon as better members of the family? Won't it I or the other people to take offense? Well, I think the politicians can achieve success, if they will ever do so, when they handle issues the right way.
All right, let's get your thoughts, insights here on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I mean, you've listened to the stories and the analysis this morning from El-Rufai's arraignment scheduled for Wednesday, 25th of this month, February 2026, to governors calling for calm in terms of insecurity and insecurity in the state, and the military saying that they are recalibrating, talking about community engagements to fighting insecurity, the spate of kidnappings, killings, and terrorism in the country. And of course, family affair election, the governor says, come out and cast your votes in the by-elections, Ahuda by-election, and of course the Kana by-election. What are your thoughts? It's Insights with Emmanuel Ndukwe on Today 95.1 FM, 0810 951 951. That's the number that you can call. You can drop a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. A text or WhatsApp message will do for that number. That's 0701 9339 962. And then for calls, it's 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call and be part. Remember that we did take the story from the governor calling for voter participation in by-election in the Huda East and Kana local government areas election. The governor described the election as a family affair and encouraged residents to come out in large numbers to support the candidates of the All Progressives Congress APC contesting for 2 vacant seats in the state. Contesting for 2 vacant seats. And of course, we did take the El-Rufai story and also the security story in the country. Welcome. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
The governor, Fubara, said it's a family affair. So they are smuggling a TDP slogan. When you loot, it's still a public fund, it's still family affairs into APC. It's canvassing for election of others. Nobody, either being APC member at the national level, at the local government level, or the state level, has ever endorsed him for second tenure. I believe he's ready for. They will deny the ticket of the second term ticket, just like they did to Ambodi and Governor Baseki. And when it comes, when the times come, everyone should not fall, should not complain. So even the suspend the House Assembly, instead of to withdraw the impeachment, they say they suspended it. It means they still have it in mind. In case you committed infraction, political infraction, or you offended his boss. So they will use it against him, either to remove him or deny second term. Second term deny is very, very certain. Should forget about second term and the Rivers people, for if they know that if they want anything good for themselves and the development of this state, they should do away with wicked candidates and Fubara. They should look elsewhere, look for alternatives, because God for the reason, Mr. will God for this reason until God decide otherwise for him. For El-Rufai, is it only El-Rufai? Many people, many governors, even Opigin Bazu, the EFCC indicted the former governor of Delta State over 1.something trillion, Ifanyokua, but have been handed over APC ambassador for Delta State. All those cases, Yaya Bello, that be spent under the carpet, but when it comes to opposition, it is where they have power to remember that there is a fight against corruption. They should be very careful.
All right.
Right from the time of Obasanjo to Yaradua and Jonathan and Buhari, opposition didn't suffer like this. They didn't have zero to unite to opposition. They should allow opposition to fraud because there's no true democracy without a vibrant opposition. They should be very careful before they will set this country on fire. For the security, let it continue to there's no proper welfare for those who are fighting the insurgents at the war front. So it is only the generals and the senior officers, those who are lobbying with the governor, romancing with the politician, that they want enjoying the largest, the money that's allocated to them. They should sit up because ordinary citizens cannot use their barriers to fight the security. It is a constitutional right of the government to protect us and property of the people. Thank you very much.
All right. Keep the calls coming. 0810-9510-951. It's Insights here on Today 95.1 FM. Now, a text or WhatsApp message would do if you cannot get through to us. Notice that the calls are dropping. Well, a text or WhatsApp message will do 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. too, and you can give your thoughts. I don't know what's the situation of things already in Kana and Ahoda. We possibly will get reports during the day and see how that went, the by-election, and also follow through with everything that went on there and give you a very much needed report. But then, you can react to the story of insecurity, where the military says that they are recalibrating and trying community engagement as one of the ways to fight insecurity in the country, and also El-Rufai's arraignment on Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026. Remember that he's been in the custody of the EFCC for a while and was released on Wednesday, and then was taken into the custody of the ICPC. Now there's going to be arraignment on Wednesday, next week Wednesday. Welcome. What's your name and location?
Yeah, good morning, my sister.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, is my name. And I'm calling you from Port Harcourt right now.
All right, go on, please.
For me, I don't want to see anything as wish hunting or wish hunt or hunting wish and all those. I don't see it that way. You see the beauty of this whole thing, whether they like or not. The people who are in government today, most of them were in opposition before now, right? Are you listening?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, go on,
Good.
please.
You know that our president now has been fighting the military, fight to opposition and everything. Today is now the president. El-Rufai was also in government at the time. Then he was like untouchable. Today, and don't catch him on. But one problem I have is that the EFCC chairman who ought to have resigned is still in office. Because he told us and gave us a time frame that if he didn't arrest Yaya Bello, that he will resign. As he arrested Yaya Bello. So now, El-Rufai, 9 days, 9 don't break. So as far as I'm concerned, with time, those who are in government today may not be there tomorrow, and we'll still touch them. So if we remember this, we'll learn to do the right thing and do it well. Oh, this one, that, all of them. If the money they stole, imagine Delta State, 1.something trillion for one man. Who does that now? Today, nobody they remember them. Tomorrow, when the water has settled, the dust is down, while the main water is up, then there will be a Joseph that doesn't know, or a Pharaoh that doesn't know Joseph. Then their own books too will open, and that money they will vomit it. That said, on insecurity, yes, the army, they are trying, welfare, collaborating with the community people and all those. It's a good one because without intelligence, they are not spirit, they cannot do anything. But I think their welfare too should be taken serious, because the whole thing is like getting, I don't know what I would say, worse by the day, but I think boosting the morale of the boys will go a long way to make them serious more. Not the generals blowing big stomach while the boys are getting thinner by the day or leaner by the day. It's not making any sense to me. Let's spread it so that at the end of the day, everybody will beat their chest and say, yes, I'm in Nigeria and I'm ready to lay down my life for the benefit of this country. So let's see how we can work together and kick out insecurity. Not just the military.
All right.
But those who have information should also give to those who are supposed to work with it. And you that is supposed to work with it, don't betray such information so that tomorrow they're not going to find you saying that you report. Thank you very much if there's no question.
All right. Got your thought. We have just about 5 minutes before we wrap up. There's a live appearance at 8:45. But let's see if we can take 2 or 3 of your calls reacting to the stories that have been given insight to this morning on this station, Today 95.1 FM. Well, reacting to what one of the listeners says, let me say, hand will touch everybody. And also the activity of government, government officials. One thing that the people have asked for over the years is transparency. I think when one of our programs, Talk That Talk, a group was asking that let's investigate financial dealings of River State from the past administration to this administration. While I hear that there's a perpetual injunction saying that Rivers government cannot be investigated, one has said, well, if the assembly members had instituted a probe, which is an impeachment proceeding, which is one of the ways to probe a government. And they had highlighted a number of things. Was that not going to be good enough reason to see what's been happening in the state and get to have questions answered? But of course, they did halt that impeachment proceedings. Well, what do you think about transparency in terms of transparency and accountability with government officials, especially in Nigeria? Of course, we're talking Nigeria.
You see, Queen, there is no transparency in Nigerian government. There's no transparency at all. It can only be touted and be mounted. That's all. It ends at that. You know, a clear conscience fears no accusation. There's a perpetual injunction. I do not see it. I'm not a lawyer. But as a literate personality in this Nigeria, I do not see it as standing against, if any corruption, or if anything is handled wrongly, that you cannot check the records. I do not see it so. It is those who are hiding something that will be hiding people to look into the books that they superintended over. Simple. Now, if you are telling me that a hand will touch people, yes, I will agree. But it will only touch those who also have something to do. Those who have done wrong, because if that hand touches Emmanuel Ndukwe, I'll open myself up and they'll find nothing and then they'll leave me. So, if anybody is going to be touched by that hand, that figurative hand that our caller, JJ, said, it will only be those who have done something.
All right, let's wrap up with this call. Welcome. Oh, the call dropped. Figurative hand indeed.
Of course.
I'm guessing that figurative hand isn't it justice? Isn't it the court, law? Isn't it our judiciary? Isn't it? That some people say they don't really trust.
It is, see, Queen, when we talk about judiciary, the judicial officers from the justices and all that, none of them is from heaven. They also can join the bandwagon of corruption. They are humans. And so, if they handle the cases the right way, then there will be something to celebrate that. Yes, the justice has prevailed in the end. But if they also handle it with the tentedness of humanity, it will only be the same way we've been swimming into corruption in this country.
All right. That's our program here on Today 95.1 FM. Insights with Emmanuel Ndukwe here. We have a live appearance shortly, so we can even further more calls. But we'll still be here with you. Of course, 9 a.m. The Express Show continues. We're going to talk about River State. And would like for you to also be a part of the conversation. 10 o'clock, the Lord Today, 11, Family Circle. So don't miss any of these programs to stay with us. I'm Queen Chima. Thank you so much, Emmanuel Ndukwe, for your analysis.
Thank you, Queen, and thank you, Nigerians.
All right. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Give me pretty flower, I just got in another
of the people, still the Express show today, 21st of February 2026. My name is Queen Chima. Now let's take a look at a reports that are coming during the week and build our conversation right there, where a lecturer in the Department of Political Science at Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Goodluck Oke, expressed concern that River State Governor Siminala Ifubara may record limited achievements in the remaining months of his administration after the peace deal. Now, he spoke with Today FM's Priya Zogo, decried what he described as setbacks caused by the prolonged political crisis between the governor and the minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. Now, according to the scholar, the political instability has slowed governance and affected the effective delivery of key development projects across the state. Now, he noted that the most significant achievements of Governor Fubara may just be to accomplish before the next political season at the completion of the Ring Road project and the Trans-Calabari Road. He further advised that River State must resist the influence of godfatherism in the build-up to the 2027 general elections, stressing that leadership should emerge through credible democratic processes that reflect the will of the people. In the past 3 years, maybe less, but basically 3 years since from May 2023 that the governor assumed office up until I think November, December, when the political crisis began in the state of 2023, 2024, 5 and the early months of 2026. We have repeatedly talked about governance in the state. On every strata, most shows, most programs, we've highlighted the pace of development and the pace of governance in the state. While many people are of the opinion that whatever happened, because we're in a situation where we believe that there is peace in the state now, well, call it whatever kind of peace you want to, but the fact that we're not hearing what's the whole disagreement that we used to hear in the past after the president brokered peace. This month, we have relatively seen certain decisions being taken by the governor, some sort of calm and quiet in government. Because, and when we talk about calm and quiet, it feels like it's in the whole River State as a whole. Or we talk about
Please listen to this information.
This Forex, my God.
What
again?
Forex again.
Oh.
I've told you several times that this thing is a scam. Don't put our money there. This thing is a scam. I've told you several times.
Okay. What do we do? But you notice something, if you're listening to me right now, this is just a simple thing every good wife would always say, every good friend will always say. Don't put it again. But you keep repeating the circle because you do not lack. You lack rather knowledge. You lack the right information. See, what you don't know is obviously bigger than you. And if you know certain things, there are keys to transformation. Rule number one, don't give somebody your money and tell the person say, I will trade for you and I will be giving you money. Don't do that. Rule number two, the Forex market is not a scam. The only issue is that a lot of people do not understand what it means to trade Forex. Are you not making exchange, foreign exchange? You go to Junction at Rumala, some of all those places where you change your dollars. And what are you doing? That's Forex. But just that this is going to be done digitally. Well, talking about that training, if you're listening to me here right now, you've gone through pains, you've gone through challenges in the Forex market, or you've gone through some of things like this, you really want to improve yourself, I have an opportunity for you. The Kingdom Capital Project, in conjunction with Trade to Retire, is here again. They did that sometime last year. Lots of persons were blessed, lots of persons were changed. The Kingdom Capital Project is coming up again with Trade to Retire, starting on Monday, 23rd of February. All you need to do is this now: rush down and go to their office and register, and they will teach you Forex. They will be training you on Forex for the next 2 weeks, and it's absolutely free. FREE. The Kingdom Capital Project is a kind of non-governmental organization designed to help people, to give people financial literacy. And they will be working in partnership with Trade to Retire, a complete Forex academy, 100% Forex academy. They will be training you and teaching you how to trade Forex. This will be done by professionals. So all you need to do is this now: send your name Send your name to this number quickly. 0916 141 9928. Send your name to this number. 0916 141 9928. So you text your name to that number, and the training starts on Monday, being on the 23rd. It's going to last for the next 2 weeks. And guess what? There is an option for offline. There is an option for online. That means you can learn on site and you can learn from your house. It means you mustn't come to the office, but all you need to do is very simple. Now, while you text your name, kindly indicate, yes, I'm coming for, I'll do online, or I will do offline. Offline means you're coming to the office. So kindly indicate, type your name, Jude Jackson, online, Ruth Ebenezer, offline. So put it that way. Is that okay? Very simple. So the number again, 0916 141 9928. 0916 141 9928. Where is their office? The office is located at number 12 Rumola Link Road, King David Plaza, the last floor. Number 12 Rumola Link Road. That is the King David Plaza, the last floor. That is where you come to that place. That is it. Remember, the training is absolutely free. You're not paying anything. All you need to do is to be very serious. All you need to do is be ready to learn, ready to commit yourself to growth. And absolutely, it is free. FREE on Forex training, starting on the 23rd of this month, being on a Monday, lasting for 2 weeks. There's an online training and there's an offline training, so you make your choice. Now send your name to this number for the last time, but add whether it is online you prefer or offline. Offline means you will come to the office to learn. Online means you'll be given a link where you can join the classes online, so you could choose whichever one you prefer. The number for the last time, 0916 141 9928. 0916 141 9928. For the last time, 0916 141 9928. I'll see you there. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and God bless you all. Do have a very beautiful day.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, so the Express Show on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for staying with us. And, as we were talking earlier, some reports have said that there would be slow governance that would affect effective delivery of key development projects across the state, particularly from the governor, considering the fact that we just have a few months, right? Whether it's 10 or 11 or less. And a scholar from the Ignatius Adjuri University, says that, Rivers State must resist the influence of godfatherism in the build-up to the 2027 general elections, stressing that leadership should emerge through credible democratic processes that reflect the will of the people, while highlighting that because of the limited time, and also the political situation in the state, that the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, may record limited achievements in the remaining months of his administration after the peace deal. Interestingly, there have been people who are of a different opinion. While this may not be you wouldn't want to put this across the remaining months and what the governor will deliver in terms of development for the state. For some people, it's the fact that they didn't expect any form of halting or even stalling, delay in terms of progress, development in the state. Now, I want to take you back to 2023 when the governor was campaigning, and of course ran about a 37-page manifesto, which he said was focused on consolidation and continuity, promising to build upon the infrastructure-led development of his predecessor, which is the former governor, obviously, Nyesom Wike. Now, some of the key areas that the governor had stated then was participatory administration, where he promised an open government where residents would relate directly with his administration through interactive feedback mechanisms. He had also promised inclusive leadership, pledged to prioritize the welfare of all citizens and run a transparent, accountable government. Gender equality, he said he was committed to adopting a comprehensive women's development policy and enforcing laws against discriminatory practices. Majorly he highlighted on economic development and industrialization. Industrial focus, he identified industrialization as a primary engine for job creation and state progress. Support for MSMEs, promised to support small businesses and establish credit schemes to stimulate economic growth. Agriculture, pledged to encourage commercial agriculture to achieve food security and improve living standards. Education and skills training, focusing on enhancing entrepreneurship, vocational and technical education, including the establishment of a technical and vocational education board to boost youth skills. Research and development, promised to fund innovative research in tertiary institutions through public-private partnerships. Healthcare and infrastructure, focused on improving healthcare funding and services, including maternal care. Infrastructure completion, pledged to finish ongoing projects such as the Trans-Kalabari and Ring Road. Urban renewal, committed to improving city infrastructure and restoring key sites like the Port Harcourt Tourist Beach. Now, this, in summary, was plan from 2023, obviously, to 2027, because INEC did schedule elections from February 27 until the reduction in the 360 days to 300 days, and we are waiting for a new date, which, I mean, speculatively, we should be looking at December and January for the next elections, the next polls, both from presidential to gubernatorial and senatorial elections. But then, if you're looking at it critically and you're going to begin to analyze all the time left, while you think, for some of you, government obviously has the capacity, and by capacity you will be talking resources, you'll be talking manpower, you'll be talking everything that the government needs to ascertain that, to prove that whatever it has said for you is exactly what it's going to do in terms of development. So do you agree with this caller, good luck, okay, who's expressed this concern that, oh, well, there's a limited time to achieve anything in the next months, what exactly could be done? And he is attributing it to, obviously, the political situation and the chaos that has happened in the state for the past 3 years. So it's what is going to be done exactly? Maybe nothing. Could be done that would be meaningful or quite progressive, considering the limited time that the government has, or this administration has. Do you also agree with this? I mean, if you do not remember some of these key areas that are pointed out to you, I mean, if you're going to span through the last 3 years up until now, and you begin to ask questions, oh, what's happened in agriculture? What's happened in terms of infrastructure? Maybe we have experienced some progress in health. Oh, what about education? What about the inclusiveness in government that had been stated? Now, you look at all of this and you're asking these questions, very great questions, and asking, oh, if one of these, maybe agriculture is going to be picked up, or you want to name all the areas and the spheres of agriculture that is of concern. If it's going to be picked up, is it going to make any difference, considering the time that is left before this administration comes to a halt? I mean, halt, an election happens and we see either a change in government or whatever. it is. So that's it on the Express Show this morning. Let's get your thoughts. It's 0810-9510-951. That's the number to call. 0810-9510-951. Remember, you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Rivers State should expect F9 in the first tenure or the only tenure of Fubara. Because there's no more time. We have already entered the election campaign season. So all politicians who are seeking for elected positions, the strategizing, they are aligning to win the second term or to contest the Falcon election. You know, the president at the national level, APC, already started campaign. They already launched the New Hope ambassadors and other groups gearing up for 2027. And the Electoral Act, Fuba is one of the persons they consider to make it compulsory that the primary must be direct or consensus. Because the structure, like from the ward to the local government, to the state level, and to the national level, and all the delegates, they're going to participate in either direct or consensus. They are not in the council of Fubara. How is he going to make the APC governorship candidate? I heard it from a reliable source that the next governor of Rivers is going to come from the platform of PDP. So that by the time Wike will complete his mission, to return back to PDP to review the PDP that is destroying. So Rivers people should forget about achieving anything tangible from Fubara for the remaining months, because we already entered the campaign season. Nobody wants to lose. All contestants in a race, they have the mentality of I must win either at all costs or by all means. Thank you very much.
All right. Keep your calls coming. 0810-9510-951. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah,
good morning.
Honorable Chris. As a student sitting by the roadside watching how things are for the sea, let me tell you, nobody should deceive you. Any piece done with a powder, are you not aware that this piece is done with the AK-47? Not even if it's a ordinary gun. But this one is AK-47. They fire it. And who is interested in this matter? Mr. President, I started telling you people, if people on the streets can analyze 8-point agenda far back, listen, I told you people that as long as that 8-point agenda is concerned, and Mr. President, no judge, nobody will rule in favor of Fubara. Did they rule in favor of him? So this is not how to run a country. And Mr. President coming to mediate is just like you caught an armed robber. Instead of Mr. President to allow the law, what Mr. President did is to just come, leave them, now my boy. That's what Mr. President did. Who is troubling Fubara? Is he not a city minister? What is the problem? What are they dragging? It's either money or is there any other thing? Are they dragging their wife? And the Fubara made it clear one certain time that how can you ask me to, if allocation come like 10,000, I should give you 5,000 and manage 5,000. What is the problem? Did the Fubara collect Wike's wife? No. So to me, Mr. President, if in a country where things are, Mr. President is supposed to be impeached because you mediate between the criminal and the. That's what Mr. President did. You override the constitution of Nigeria, bringing 8-point agenda to do what?
So let's look at the limited time that some people are talking about, right, to anything that would be done further by this administration.
If your man's salary you are not satisfied with your man's salary, is it the one that you are going to? So from now, when, how? Just look at the way Rivers State is. Do you see anything like governance in Rivers State? When I travel to Abia State from 27th January, unless what the light never do come. Even as at yesterday I called, they say the light is still there.
All right.
So tell me what you have achieved all this way. Apart from structure. Na me. Or one person bought form for one man. All the governors, all the politicians in Rivers State, you expected. Now higher purchase way in there. I have to tell you the truth. Until he pay finish, that's
all
when
right.
you people will get dividends of democracy.
All right. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
You know, they say they're expecting they should expect nothing from Fubara. Because anyone that expects anything from Fubara for the remaining months will be disappointed. Because he's not going to be lucky to have a second term ticket. What is he going to campaign with? So they don't need him. They need achievement to say, because I have done this, so that will give me another opportunity for the next 4 years. I will continue for my achievements. So they don't need him. So the only thing is that Rivers State, they should look elsewhere, look for alternatives. If they want to free themselves, must free themselves from this political quagmire, shenanigan executed by one man in 2015. Rivers are entered one chance in 2015. If this kind of a thing is happening in the north, just like Christ is saying, in the north, we get people from the south. But when it happens here, we overlook because we say we are. Those kind of a thing can't work because the only thing that is developing, it is only political development, no infrastructure, no human capital development in River State. River State is the center, the capital of the South South. They have been putting us to shame. We can no longer pride ourselves as South South or the Niger Delta. They should be very careful. The earlier they wake up from the political slumber, the better for them. Because Wike already pocketed Rivers and judiciary everything, resources into his pocket, so he can do and undo. Heaven will not faculty to you.
All right. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Go on, please.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on.
I don't know where that artist is coming from, that is any time. The governor himself, one thing you want to check in any governor is accountability. And once somebody is accountable of what he's doing, it means that the person is performing. Quincy, am I correct?
I can hear you. Go on.
If you are not accountable of what you're doing in that studio, you can't be in the studio. And Rivers will begin to understand what it takes to be accountable of what you're doing. As a result of the accountability, that is why they are disturbing the man. People should be wise and be sensitive. This as a result of this institution will not be able to defend somebody that is right, somebody that has a capacity to lead. That is why each time the man seems to front the issues, it seems the institutions are weak. That's why you see the man feel like he's weak. The man is not a weak man. So be sensible, look into the eyes of the needle and begin to tell ourselves the truth. The only candidate we have as for 2023 was Amobu Senebo Siminalayi Fubara. That's what PDP has at that time. No candidate. Somebody should call and tell me. If they have, they could have presented it. They don't have candidate. And that's the only candidate who will be able to match Toyoko. And then the man succeeded. We voted for him. He won. He now came on board. They knew this man is accountable. They began to fight him right from day one. So we can't work with this man. He's so accountable and accountant with dignity and respect. This is the way we want to go. And they say, no, we can't go like this. And the man upon that pressure, he was still working up to it. He's going to work in his last job. Amobu Senebo is going to continue to work for River people. Thank you and God bless you. Wellington from Okinawa.
All right, Wellington. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, welcome.
My name is calling from Greater.
All right, go on, please.
Yeah, you see, what I just want to say about this, about this Fubara and the FCT minister and the State House of Assembly. I just want to urge them, both Fubara, the State House of Assembly, and the FCT minister, the Rivers people that love Rivers State, you should do away with these people. He should do away with the governor. He should do away with the State of Assembly. He should do away with FCT ministers something. They should form a forum to bring another fresh person who can give River State governorship. Can you tell me what I heard this man have done since he has been in the power as a governor or as a State of Assembly? So enough is enough. Other states are developing. Somebody just talk about Abia State now. And River State is not doing anything. And you want some people are still one day
not doing anything. When you say not doing anything, it's like, oh, nothing has happened at all.
Like doing what in River State? Have you seen any projects going on? Which project?
So you don't think the ring road will be completed?
What do you mean? What do you mean by ring road? Do we really need the ring road? Ring road is it? You are talking about light here. We're talking about light. We're talking about development. We're talking about school. We're talking about security. Look at the things that is happening within River Chuku and the houses. No security. Yes.
All right. Let's hear from you. Good morning.
Good morning, Queen Chima.
Yes. Let's go on, please.
We did. And the governor he can deliver good governance. He may try to complete the already initiated project, but with the limited time expected of him from Rivers people may not be delivered. I think at this moment, at this point in time, the Rivers Assembly have proven to us that they are robust and they are representing their personal interest and not the interest of the people that voted them into office. How do you tell me that you initiated impeachment process and you abandon it halfway simply because the governor chose to do the bidding? That is the peace you initiated after the lifting of the sole administrator, which they told the governor to come and present the names of commissioners and present budget. This is exactly what they're calling the governor to come and do. Now you suspended the whole process because he is doing the bidding of your godfather. That is to tell the Rivers people that you are not there to.
All right. We'll take this commercial now. Right. When we get back, we'll keep taking your calls. We have 15 more minutes to take your call. Just stay with us. We'll be right back shortly.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Good food, no worries.
Waiting they create, party for mouth. Waiting they cost, they let you rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. Hey, come cook with Terra Cubes. Come cook with Terra.
Mom's love is pure. Mom's special jollof puts a smile on your face. Mom's yummy fries cheers you up. Mom's tasty stew nourishes the family. Golden Terra oil, tasty. Golden Terra oil, nourishing. Golden Terra oil, Golden Terra soya oil.
Golden Terra Oil helps mom pour her love in the tasty, nourishing meals she cooks for her family. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Well, still the Express Show on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for your calls, but let's keep them coming. A lecturer in the Department of Political Science at Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Goodluck Oke, expressed concern that Rivers State Governor Siminala Ifubara may record limited achievements in the remaining months of his administration after the peace deal. Now, this is joining the list of Rivers people who have also attributed delay and possible denial of developmental projects to the crisis in River State. And with the months remaining, the talks have been, well, nothing much may be done in the state. Well, if you are also of the opinion that this is exactly what is going to happen in the state, we would not see as much development that we're supposed to. And even if we were to see that, will the remaining months offer Rivers people the opportunity for that to happen, or offer the government, to initiate certain projects and see to completion? Because it's not just about initiating projects. We talk a lot about continuity in government, but how many times do we see that play out? How many governments really come and successfully see through whatever the previous administration started, right? So, even if we see a start of projects, would you see completions? Would you see successful completion? And I also took you back to the promises, the campaign promises that the governor made to Rivers people. There's infrastructure, there's agriculture, there's human capital development, there is health, there is education. Oh, quite robust. It was a 39-page manifesto. You can get a summary of it online and look at it. If you're asking yourself one question after step by step, you look at agriculture, what exactly has been done? You look at education, what has been done? You look at health, what has been done? So while you may say, okay, health, we've seen some progress done in health. What about education? What about health? What about human capital development? Oh, the governor also talked about industrialization. All of this was supposed to happen in 4 years, and the state spent about 3 years in a whole political quagmire. And now that we've seen peace again brokered, we have how many months left? Now, with the Electoral Act that obviously been signed by the president, we're looking at elections happening between December and January, no longer February, right, in the country. So we look at the national elections, look at gubernatorial elections, and also what time is afforded this government to do anything for the state as much as you would want to see as a Rivers person. So does it mean you agree with his thoughts that the time is limited and nothing much may be achieved? 0810-9510-951. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, call back.
All right, thank you for calling back.
This time is going to face serious distraction because this impeachment they have suspended. By the time they will deny the APC second term ticket, and maybe just the party to defect another party, that very week they will remove it, they will impeach him. So that will not be on seat. They will not use the resources of River State to campaign for his re-election bid. So he's going to face too much of distraction so that we'll be frustrated, we'll lose focus. And from the one you mentioned, the budgetary provisions, what percentage have they performed so far? Have they achieved so far? It's rather it's political here and there. Whiskey, House Assembly member, Fubara is only news across the nation. Headline news is Rivers State, politics. I don't know what is happening to this state. They should wake up for their own good. Because that state is developing far beyond River State. They cannot compare themselves with Lagos State and Kano and other states. Thank you very much.
All right. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Fortina.
It's Queen. Turn down the volume on your listening device, please.
Good morning, Queen, or Fortina.
Queen.
Thank you very much, Queen. Obed Chima is my name. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt.
All right. Go on, please.
Yes, Queen. No doubt. The government of the current governor was disrupted for it's 4 years. I can say it has already almost 4 years because we just have less than a year right now. So I do not hope brief for the governor neither will I support everything that he went through. But the only thing I've got to say here right now, Queen, is to all the Rivers citizens. Please, let's not allow ourselves to go through this political route anymore. I mean, the way we hold our hands, remain docile and allow an individual to handpick people, coerce such people on us. You understand? If we continue this way, this state will not go anywhere. Look at what we've lost over the years. And I don't even see governor. Even the ring road was, I think the specification was supposed to, I think this year, right? It was 3 years. You know, it was supposed to end this year. But if you look at, I've been able to even make survey for the ones close there. You understand that that ring road may not be completed until this administration ends. Imagine where an administration came on board in 5 months. Queen, 5 months, political struggle started. The governor wants to be removed. So I'm urging River citizens, should we continue to fold our hands and allow an individual?
So you are also of the opinion that it's a limited time and nothing much may happen.
Nothing much, nothing. Do you understand me?
All right.
Nothing. So the struggle will continue because from now till next year, you will hear another problem, another impeachment. Because the governor may want to contest for second term, which of course, according to what we heard, it's no longer speculation. According to what Cable posted, it was the agreement, part of the truth that they reached. You understand? So mine is just to tell River citizens, we are men, we are women. All of us, we are full-grown human beings.
All right, we've got
Why
your thoughts.
should we fold our hands and allow an individual? Let me stop here.
All right. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay.
Yeah, your listening device is close to your phone, so there's a howl back. Okay, I'll let you go. Good morning. Are you there? Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Queen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, special background.
All right, special topic.
Queen, if I understand the topic of discourse, is about the governor's performance in the remaining 1 year and 3 months of his administration.
Yeah, the reports, I have it. I mean, words on the street, a scholar, Goodluck Okay from IAUE says, there's limited time, the remaining months, and these remaining months may not afford the government to record any form of achievement.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's having barely 1 year and 3 months to run out of it, to run out his tenure.
Is it even up to a year and 3 months?
A lot can be achieved. Peace and sincerity. You see, I am not one of those who will want to blame anybody who challenged the governor, because it behoves on every office holder to defend that office and give the required work. Are you with me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on, please.
Your this thing is like your speaker there is loud. I'm having a hall back here.
Oh, sorry about that.
It behoves on every office holder to give that which they are elected for. So nobody will be blamed if they fail to give that. So that is why after this resolution, I kind of had a thought. I said, if the governor will, at the long run, revert back to this same level now, why in the first place did he renege? Why did he start the problem? If he will go front, go back, go front, go back, and still come back to that same thing, why didn't he just be like this from onset so that we would have moved? You know where we would have gotten by now? So I think there are things he will be able to achieve if he will remain steadfast in the tripod of politics. There are 3 three important levels in politics that you should be able to stand out for you to go far. There should be commitment, and there should be consistency, and you should have trust. If you break any of these, you will not succeed in anything you're doing politically. However you are, however popular you are. So I think the governor, he still has time to recover from where he has dropped. Because where he came, very, very unpopular, nobody knew him, and then they put him on this.
Well, that's not the what we're discussing. Whether anybody knew the governor before he assumed office.
He still has
is his popularity? Does his popularity have anything to do with delivering or achievement? Does it?
Yes,
it does, because that's not the question I asked. The question was in the remaining months. Do you think the time is limited? Is it enough? Yes.
Yes. If he were popular, this remaining month wouldn't also be an issue. But being unpopular, now he will have to do extra work to assert himself to the heart of people. You know? So that's what I'm saying. He has a lot to achieve in this remaining month, but he should remain steadfast. He should stop fluctuating. Politics does not like people who fluctuate. Thank you so much.
All right, Special Douglas. We can further more calls. It's 9:43 already. We have our guest who wants to talk to you about something special in the studio. But let's take this message. Greetings to you, presenter. I'm Friday Olu Uniports. Governor Fubara can only conclude the Ring Road project and other routine functions like the payment of wages and pensions, etc. It would amount to wastage of resources to embark on any capital project that would take a long time lined when he's not sure of returning to the brick house in 2027, and the likelihood of such projects being abandoned by whomever may succeed it. His wings have been wickedly clipped. Okay, so your concern is not that he would begin, is the fact that even if he begins, he would not be able to complete it. Oh, we're back to the continuity conversation now, where everybody must come with their own project, and if anything from the previous government is there, it could be abandoned. Yes, so elections, possibly December, January. Let's wait for INEC's new date for elections. Then I think, obviously, assumption of office should be around May. But then people think the time is limited. Some people think the time is limited. Most of you said, yes, it's limited. Some of you said it's not. But let's keep our fingers crossed and watch as things unfold. Thank you so much for your calls and text messages on the Express Show. We have a guest that will be talking to you shortly about something important here in the studio. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, I did tell you that there's someone special in the studio to talk to you about something special. Someone talk about something special. Dr. Aminu from Greenland Natural Medicine. It's good to have you in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you once again.
Yes, after several months.
Several months, yes.
You decided to not come to the studio. It was good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How is Greenland Natural Medicine?
Well, Greenland Natural Medicine is there, and we are getting robust every day. The awareness is making sense. And thank God for your effort, and Mr. Kelly as well, and for the general, the Today FM. For the awareness. You see, you are not just making this awareness of Greenland natural medicines, you are also contributing to the growth of healthcare delivery in the country entirely. Yes. For today's focus, we are going to discuss much on eye problems. And for those who have these similar symptoms I'm going to mention, please, they shouldn't hesitate to be in our office, because the doctors have been told to extend their stay till next week, Friday.
Okay.
Yes, we are supposed to be leaving today, but we are told to extend our stay till next week, Friday, due to one or two reasons, because it may take us a longer period of time for us to come back to River State. And this time around, it's just like we're having a medical outrage, because so many tests are going to be done, and you are going to have your results within a short period of time. We have brought the lab to make sure all those diagnostics are done within a short period of time and get the results so that you can proceed for your treatment. For those who are listening to us, if you know you have all these kind of symptoms I'm going to lay on, please just try and give us a call on those numbers for you to get your direction to the facility. The starting issue is the issue of symptoms like blurry or hazy vision and persistent redness of the eye, then pains, and sometimes it can be accompanied by itching and light sensitivity. What I mean by light sensitivity is you cannot comprehend or you cannot contain the gravity of the light of opposite while you are driving, or even while you are in your room. When there is much light, you see the reflection getting more here. Then there is this appearance of what we call floaters or flushes, and this can also contribute to one or two symptoms of eye problems. Starting by categorizing them, we have the one we call the vision changes, which is also referred to as blurry vision, cloudy vision. This can come as a cataract or macular degeneration, difficulty seeing at night, double vision, and loss of peripheral visions. And the second one is the visual disruption, which is the floaters, and also the issue of light, as well as retina detachment, or even potential retina tears or detachment. And for those who have the structural functional issues like misaligned eye, which is also inability to close an eyelid and inability to see the pupil size, disparity, all those things are one or two signs that you know that these are things that you need to go and have a thorough eye check on your eye. For the physical discomfort or appearance, the reddish or the blood-shade eye, there is infections and dryness and itchings and burning sensations and swelling of the eye and so on. These are also one or two reasons that you need to visit the facility. For those who have issues that has to do with refractive error, dry eye, conjunctivitis, that is the pink eye, cataract, glaucoma, retinal detachment, all these are warning signs or signs that you need to visit Greenland Natural Medicines facility. The numbers to call once again are 080 34 64 22 72 080 34 64 22 72. Let me repeat the number again: 080 34 64 22 72. Those are the numbers to call. And for the second number is 080 23 92 4241. Yes. For those who have those kind of eye problem, please don't hesitate. Give us a call on those numbers. We'll address your issue and make sure you come down to our facility to get a thorough check on your health-related issues, and we assure you your problem will never remain the same. For those who are coming for prostate health issue, that is for aged men or aged parents, uncle, father, and so on, please do listen to this program, and you notice that we make mention of prostate frequently. Yes, for those who have these common symptoms of increase in frequency is what we are referring to as you go to the restroom regularly to ease yourself, in terms of you to ease yourself in urination. For those who have this needy and too urgent to go for urine too, that is the second symptoms we refer to as urgency, is also part of the signs that you know that your prostate is getting enlarged, or it has become what we call the inflammation of the prostate gland, which is just the prostatitis. And for those who have the cancer aspect, we will still come to that. For those who have weak stream, that is when while you are urinating, you notice the flow comes very weak and sometimes even stop and start again. At a certain period, you'll notice even before the flow starts, it takes longer period of time. So for those who are having difficulty in starting the urine, or somehow having trouble, irritation, urinations, and so on, or even completely unable to empty the bladder, sometimes you find it very difficult to empty the bladder becomes so weak that you have been keeping more urine in it and for longer period of time. So for those who are having dripping, and as well, it can also cause us signs, or it's a sign of prostate gland issue. For the pains and symptoms in terms of the cancer aspect of it, it can come with what we call hematuria. Hematuria is where there is blood in the urine, and sometimes it comes with serious discomfort, pains, or pressure in the lower abdomen, hips, and even your pelvic. Your rectums are becoming so much that you find it discomfort, that your body generally is giving you different signs that shows that the problem is becoming cancerous. And for those who have this issue with ED, that is erectile dysfunction, it can also cost you that kind of symptoms. The prostate issue can cause you such symptoms, and sometimes it can even comes with painful ejaculation or painful urination. For the key consideration, the early stage prostate cancer often causes no symptoms. Sometimes you will just be there saying it's your PSA elevating because of it is now becoming cancerous. So if it is becoming cancerous, don't hesitate, give us a call. And if it is just the inflammation, which is the prostatitis, and if it is something that has to do with the benign prostate hyperplasia, give us a call on these numbers. The numbers to call are 080 34 64 22 72. 080 34 64 22 72. Let me take the number again. The second number is 080 23 92 4241. Greenland Natural Medicine. Our physical address remain in East West Road, beside or at the side of Bovas Filling Station. For those who are coming from Rumodara Junction, you can see the office by your left before getting to the next to U-turn, or on your way to Tank. Well, for those who are coming from Tank, the office is by your right by Bovas Filling Station. The plaza is called Gold Plaza. Yes, you can locate Greenland Natural Medicine there. And for those who are coming that have their diagnostics already, in terms of your PSA, your biopsies, or you have done a scan on your prostate gland, if you have those results, you can come along with them, so as we can just go ahead with the prescription and treatment plan on how to get about to get rid of your health issues. For other issues that has to do with orthopedic issues that has to do with your spines, be it lumbar spondylosis, like symptoms that you find it very difficult to squat, to pick things, walking a distance from a pole to pole is becoming a serious problem. Finding it difficult to even do so many things for yourself. And for those who have issues that has to do with hemorrhoid, which is also referred to as pile, if you have pile untreated for long period of time, it can cause you so many discomfort. It can cause so many problems in terms of your health issues. And for those who have issues that has to do with infertility, don't hesitate. Just call us on those numbers. For so many things that we cannot mention on air for now, yes, due to the guidelines and so on, please don't hesitate. Give us a call on these numbers. The numbers to call once again are 080 34 64 22 72. 080 34 64 22 72. The second number is 080 23 92 42 41. Greenland Natural Medicines. Our physical address remain in East West Road by Bovas Filling Station. And if you are coming from Eliozu Axis, you after Rumodara Junction, you see the office by your left. The Bovas Filling Station is by your left. You can locate us there by the Plaza, Gold Plaza. And if you are coming from the Tank Axis, you can also locate our office by your right, which is Gold Plaza before Bovas Filling Station. For those who are coming, please do come early in the morning before 1, so as to get your diagnosis and everything, then get your prescription and start your treatment. Yes, because sometimes some of those diagnoses may take longer period of time before they come out. While we are waiting, you'll be able to go and do one or two things and make sure you get your diagnosis that very day and get treatment started. Yes, for those who are coming, the numbers once again are 080 34 64 2272. I made mention of cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis. Even if you have any issue that has to do with your thoracic spine, and you have been working helter-skelter to see a solution to those health conditions that we have not mentioned, give us a call. If those conditions are things we address in Greenland, we will also advise you and tell you how to go about them. If there are conditions that we don't address in Greenland, we will advise accordingly and refer you to the appropriate people that can help you to address such conditions.
Your office is open already, your facility?
Yes, our office is open for now.
Go through the numbers again.
The
and
numbers
the
are
address.
080 34 64 2272. 080 34 64 2272. The second number is 080 23 92 4241. 080 23 92 4241. Greenland Natural Medicines.
And the address, the walk-in space?
Yes, our address remains in East West Road by Bovas Filling Station. If you are coming from Eliezo Axis, is by your left. If you are coming from Tank, is by your right, before Rumodara Junction, if you are coming from Tank. And the working hours is from 8 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. in the evening. For those who are coming this weekend, you are permitted to come even tomorrow. We will have a little, like 3 to 5 hours to attend to you on Sunday. Yeah, starting from 12 noon to 5 p.m.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Aminu from Greenland Natural Medicine.
Thank you for having me.
A fantastic day.
Thank you for having me, Queen.
10 p.m. Shortly, the lawyer will be here for the law today. Do stay with us. Good morning.
See the sun in your eyes. Everything that you do, I'm in love with. Loving every laugh I swear. That is why I say I know I cannot
entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right. Thank you so much for staying tuned again on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's 9 minutes past 10, Saturday, February 21, 2026. My name is Queen Chima. Welcome to the law today. All right. We're going to be looking at a topic that I was looking at it and I was asking questions, but obviously that's why we have the professional to give every form of clarification, especially if it's a question that you have ever asked yourself or you've been in a situation that warranted that this played out in your life or in your family. So we're going to get clarity on that in that sense. And we're going to be looking at the rights of parents of a deceased person who died in a subsisting marriage. Rights of parents of a deceased person who died in a subsisting marriage, and obviously looking at it in the Nigeria context. Because if you're married and you're in this country, except you probably leave the country and something has happened. But then, even if you leave the country, you're still a Nigerian, and then there are cases or situation of there's the will, there's who is taking what property or the other, who is entitled to the property, who is entitled to what. Let's just unravel and unwrap all of this. We have our guest here in the studio, Victor Oracle. Thank you so much for coming to the studio.
Thank you, the Queen. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I like that article that you put there, the Queen. Welcome. Hope you had a great night's rest.
Yes, I did.
Because earlier you told me that it seemed like you didn't. All right,
always
welcome.
working, always on it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it in your eyes.
Trying to find one thing, research and so on.
Absolutely. So when we say a right of parent of a deceased person who died in a subsisting marriage, what does this mean?
Yes, ordinarily you don't have a right if the children are there, if there is a surviving spouse.
Okay.
Even recently, that was 2-3 days ago, an issue like this popped up.
Okay.
The woman was doing better than the man, and but they were married. Even married, they were married under the act. That is what we call the court marriage today.
Okay.
That's ordinary. The layman says is a court marriage. The lawyers will say marriage under the act.
Okay.
So she was doing well but died, and people must understand that death lives alongside life. And so she died, and the sister came and carried her vehicle and said, it's my sister's own. She was doing all of this, she did all of that. She in fact, when I met the man asked me, I said, yes. I inquired from the man said, yes. I gave my wife all the support because she was the one catching the money.
Yeah.
I'm always at home taking care of children, bring them back from school and so on. Unfortunately, she died. They said the accused, there must be accusation.
Oh. In most cases, yes.
Whether the man or the woman, there must be in our Nigeria, except very few. And she came and the sister came. And what she was saying, she even arrested the man, took the man to the station. The DPO special area, that's Mokoro.
Okay.
He was trying to pet the situation because it was a family, but the woman was insisting, it's my this, it's my... And he told the woman that you don't have a property here. That the property belongs to the man. If a man dies, like when people say court marriage, I want to do court marriage to protect my marriage, women, the major thing, the way to protect your marriage, I see, is just for you to have a clean heart, a supportive mindset in that marriage. Because what you think you enjoy, your benefit in that marriage is equals to that man. The same thing applies to the man. Yes, men are prone to, maybe when he makes money tomorrow, he will go and remarry. You want to be poor as a woman. Sometimes women also make money and abuse, become abusive in the marriage.
Yeah.
You understand? So
it could be emotional abuse. It doesn't have to be physical.
The important thing is just have your clean heart in the marriage. Now, when a man dies, the wife when the wife dies or the woman dies, the husband.
Is this what the law says?
That's what the law says.
Okay, because I was thinking
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who is there as next of kin.
Okay, because I was going to ask that, are there not clauses? I mean, clauses because we're looking at in a case of inheritance, right?
When the law states a thing, you don't undermine it by you including the name next of kin. Those things you write in the bank. When they say you write your father, write your mother. Once you marry, automatically the spouse becomes the next of kin.
But is it the marriage that is under the act, or just any marriage?
Once there is marriage, the next person. Look, the any custom that goes inconsistent with any law, any statute, that custom will bar. You understand? The law, yes, the law moves in tandem with the custom, but once there is statute. Once something is expressly stated, that is written in any law, you can't override it with the custom. It's there in most laws, almost everywhere. When the man dies, the woman. When the woman dies, not boyfriend and girlfriend. No.
Yeah, marriage.
Marriage, whether it is customary or not.
Okay.
Yes, because when you go to court, when you go to high court, they will apply it. They will apply what the law says.
So what if, let's say in a case where the man had passed earlier, the woman also has passed? What
the children.
The children.
If they don't have children, the parents.
The parents. Okay, that's the order it
yes,
goes.
If there are no parents, you now have the siblings.
Siblings.
To the man or to the closest survivor. It's the nearest to the people. Of course, husband and wife are deemed to be one in familyhood. The next, their products, the children, these are the next people that ought to benefit. Others, that's what I think anyway. Others that may have contributed to their being, the parents.
Okay.
Now, you may ask, which of the parents?
Is there a gender thing there?
No.
I mean, male,
No.
female, mother or father?
Now, if the man and the woman, if the woman dies, yes, if there are no parents, if there are no children, the woman you've married, Mr. A is married to Mr. B from Onitsha to Sokoto. She lives there now, and the both of them are no more. They died possibly immediately after their marriage, and no children. The woman has parents. The man has parents. Who will do that?
I should be asking you that. What does the law say? Does the law say they share it equally?
Now,
would there be a sharing?
Issues like this, we need to open it. I've not stumbled on any.
Okay.
What the law says, the parents.
The parents.
The parents.
Okay.
So now, will you say, will the parents of the woman now come in and say, oh, our wife or our child, or let's say they've been in marriage for like 5-7 years, and they were able to acquire some properties, but no child or no children of the marriage, and the both of them possibly died in a plane crash. Nobody wishes this anyway.
Yeah.
But it happens. Husband and wife, children, everybody will crash, and they have properties. So which of the parents will now inherit? The law didn't state so. The law said the parents. And if the both parents are alive, open it to the distant.
But
Let us test it.
yes. Well,
which of them? Which of them?
But the law says the parents.
The parents. Yes.
The parents. As a lawyer, I mean, if he says the parents, it means that there is no clause for father parents or husband's parents or wife parents. So, doesn't it mean?
But most in Africa, they say the parents of the boy, of the man, takes it. Most times.
Patriarchy begins to play.
Yes.
But the law says the parents. It doesn't say the parents of the
parents
of
in such
woman
case
or the man.
In such case, I think I've not stumbled. You can open it to lawyers. I think the both parents
who share the property.
Share the property.
So in a case where I know nobody plans to die. People don't. Although some people think that they do in a lot of ways. They call it, they just prepare their house and then they write their will.
It's good to write your will.
Okay. So
once you start having properties, you can write it or you start buying it in the names of your children.
Okay. So in that case where properties are already bought in the names of the individuals.
Let me clear something.
Yeah.
Not to buy in the name of children that are minors.
Okay.
Yes. There are cases that came, I advise them. If you buy a property in the name of a child who is a minor, and that property goes to court, that child does not have a property.
So it has to be 18 and above.
18 and above.
18 and above.
Yes. So what you do, you can buy it in your name, and if you want that child to own the property, the draft person, the lawyer, can couch it somewhere and state that this property is being bought by this person for
this person.
Yes, for this person.
Okay. So in the case where there's a will and the person passes, what happens?
The will speaks now.
The will
that
speaks.
You are speaking that you speak while your position, your assertion, or your wish continues after death.
Okay. So the will automatically overrides everything.
Everything. If it is not impeached, if it is not challenged, some people may get it fraudulently. However, now is there everything you can will? You can will everything. Yes. Oh, these are top. So let's center it. You can't will everything.
Because I don't know why this keeps coming to mind. The Wigwe's family. I don't know if this is the exact situation that played out where we saw his children, the daughter, and then the daughter, because she was speaking the most, accusing the family of wanting to come get
the family. They don't have anything there. The children, they are alive, just like Wigwe's case.
Yeah,
the first, the wife, the son.
Yeah,
it's what. Any of the child, even if it is one little baby, the little baby takes it all. Yeah. The best you can do, you now ask the next friend, or the guardian, the parents of Wigwe, now to guide if they are not up to age. Well, if they are up to age, that's their property. The parents won't even come in because you've lived your life. You're supposed to own your own.
So you're supposed to own your own.
Oh, yes.
So in this situation, this case that you handled, what was the conclusion?
The man was smiling, trying to be friendly, and at the time the woman was boasting, speaking all the grammar.
So she just came and took the car?
Took the car by force. And she was boasting. The man was trying to make sure, because I met him, look, we are not cross-complaining. Of course, in court, you say either cross-appeal or cross-petition or counter-claim. I said, we are now cross-complaining. That car shouldn't move. But I told him behind, I said, make peace between them. So he was trying to play calm. Fortunately, he was from their place, using proverbs to talk. But the woman was boasting. I told the woman at the time, got into him, said, yes, this is not my case. It's not a criminal matter. But madam, let me tell you to your face. Legally speaking, traditionally speaking, this man owns everything. It doesn't matter what your sister has told you. She wanted to play record. Say, please don't play any record here. This man owns everything. If it is the other way around, the woman owns everything. You understand? In fact, there while we were talking, a woman, the police, the husband died as a police officer. She came and said the same thing happened to her. The husband died about 8 months. And the people came to take the property that the man doesn't have a male child. They want to take the land. I say, there is nothing like that. You, madam, you own everything. And when you are no more, the children own everything. Not own something, everything. Except maybe it's a property that is attached to some customary relationship.
Okay.
Maybe that property is ancestral property that every surviving direct child inherits. Some people make mistake. Your father did not tell you, but because he was the first son and he was living there after the grandfather lived there, he is now living there. and is no more, then the direct brothers, you say they shouldn't live because your father lived. Their money is not actually your father's property.
So this is good for enlightenment, right? Because I think this pretty much happens. Pretty much happens where maybe a woman loses the husband. She's already scared of depending on the kind of family she's married into. She's already scared.
She shouldn't be scared. Look, these things just encourage the women. You need to be scared of nothing. Just stand tall. Get a lawyer. You understand? Or if you don't know, go to FIDA. These things are clear. I'm not saying what I think.
Yeah.
You understand? I'm not saying what I think. I'm saying what is the law.
What the law says.
That is it.
So, but if, say, the woman...
Except possibly there are issues when, yes, there was separation.
Okay.
The equity follows the law. You've been living apart for like 10, 15 years.
Separation or divorce? Which one?
Of course, separation. I'm not talking about divorce.
Because is it not different? Is it not different? If it's a separation, isn't it different from a divorce? Because if they were married under the Act, I know that people could be married under the Act and then for one reason or the other they decide to take some time apart, but they're not.
Most of this, sometimes once it is court marriage, you even have lesser issues.
Okay.
But once it is customary marriage, that's where we have most of these issues. Of course, even some people may want to apply custom when the law expressly states a thing.
Yes.
The customary court is not a place where you apply custom. You apply custom and the law. And once you find that the conflict there, the law takes over.
So
in
the case of a divorce?
In the case of a divorce, you don't have anything. Once you are divorcing, you take what you can take.
So does it mean you're encouraging anyone getting married to ensure that they get married under the Act?
Yes, if you are married under the Act, it's good. It's good.
Saves you a lot.
It saves you a lot.
It's like you're preparing ahead.
If you're also not married under the Act, there is nothing wrong. Me, I'm not married under the Act yet.
Okay, yet. Because I was like, barrister.
No, because I know all of these things. Okay. You understand? So I know that whether under the Act only saves for one marriage. That is one man, one woman. But issues of property are already protected by law. You understand? Now, if you married by customary marriage and there tends to be customary divorce and the man says he's taking everything, is a lie. You understand? There is that's in contract, but you can draw it into the system. Quantum merit. The woman can go under equity and challenge that. Let's say A and B are married under Ogone customary tradition,
okay,
or Ekore customary tradition. They did one church celebration of marriage, not under the Act. There are most churches. It's just mere celebration. That's not marriage. The law doesn't see it. And possibly tomorrow, after a few years, they want to divorce. And within that period, they acquired, it was shown that while the marriage was subsisting, they bought a land and built and achieved XYZ. And because you want to go into divorce under the customary system, you will now say the man should take everything. No law says that. And no custom says that. You understand? At that point, equity, the High Court is a court of fairness. Equity will ensue. The woman can comfortably ask for equal share as if it was that of marriage under the Act. Open it, let lawyers call.
All right, because I remember a situation where they were, I think, maybe 5 years into the marriage or 6 years, and they had some sort of issues, just customary marriage, not court.
We're not talking about boyfriend and girlfriend.
No, married, traditionally married. And parents' consent and all of that happens traditionally. So they had issues, and then she was about to leave. She was leaving the house with the 2 kids, not divorce. but she was taking a break. I was leaving the house.
Which one will break?
Yeah, people take breaks. I mean, the man could be hitting the woman and the woman decides to leave, but she hasn't instituted a divorce.
Separation, no?
That's separation, yes. So, and then she was going with the car, and the man said, you need to, can you drop the car? She said, no, you got the car in my name. He actually got the car in her name. And then she was telling him that even this house is mine and my kids. So I'm going with the car because you got the car in my name. And if I also want you to leave this house, you would leave because it's for me and my kids. In that situation, right, where the man is alive, but they're having issues. Is it the man's will to just say, okay, I'm going to leave the house and everything for you and the kids? Or if there's supposed to be like a sharing, it goes equally?
Yes, it's sharing.
Okay, sharing.
But if the man is so kind enough, because of the kids, the man can say, in Africa, men always be men. Let's chin up and be men and forget about it. But the woman will drag the man everywhere, especially when she has a stake. Look, what we are also saying here applies to boyfriend and girlfriend relationship.
Okay.
If the girl can show that I have contributed so much, when you were buying this land, I transferred 5 million naira or 1 million naira to you.
She has proof.
Yes, if you have proof, you share. Look, the law is not when it is not found written anywhere, they apply the doctrine of equity. You understand? I was doing all of these things because I want to marry. The shop, I paid for it. When you were going to Lagos, I gave you 3 million, and possibly the man they wine the woman, or the woman whining the man. You can ask for your quantum merit. Now that we are no more, I've invested this thing thinking that it's going to be this. You can go to court and ask questions.
All right.
The court is open for every form of questions, but with your facts.
With your facts. That's not emotions or sentiments, but your facts. All right, let's get to hear from you. I mean, if you have been in a similar situation or are in a similar situation, and or you could also be currently facing something like this and you're wondering what to do. I know that some people intentionally, I don't know why, if it's because of traditional reasons, intentionally want to leave the court out of their family issues, and they say they would rather have family settle. They would rather have family talk it over.
It's better.
Is it better?
Yes, we can talk. See, most of these issues are issues that you can just resolve, except when it becomes
conflict resolution is hard.
The law is when the other spouse finds it intolerable.
Okay.
For the purpose of this thing, intolerable means when you cannot enjoy it anymore. You understand? But when you can, you continue with your marriage. And of course, divorce, or let's say divorce, a pronouncement of divorce, absolute. There are stages, nicer and absolute. Or in the customary, they've already done the killing of the goat, or some people will do 1 or 2 traditional rites to show that both of you are no more. It does not stop people from coming back. If possibly you look at your children and you want to come back, the only thing you have to do is to go back and do those traditional rites. And if you also want to go back to, if you want to also maintain marriage under the act, if you've been divorced, it doesn't stop you. Dissolution of marriage does not mean prohibition of love between both of you. You can still come back, but you go back to marry under the act.
All right, 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. You can call that number, and if you have questions, if you've ever been in a similar situation or in a similar situation where you want to make clarifications, the barrister is here will give responses to your question. Good morning.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Ola. I'm calling from Igirita.
All right, Ola, go on, please.
Yeah, please, I'd like to ask a question because I want to give by example. My father married 2 wives. My mother is the first wife. My father married second wife. My mother is a protective wife that he paid the bride price and go to court with. Then the second wife is he didn't pay for it, but my mother late first, and my father late second. My stepmother took all the property. So what can we do on these circumstances?
All right.
The mother died first,
Mm.
and but the woman, the second wife was not married. There is no evidence of customary marriage. She can't take all now. She can't. She's not even seen unless she can show that I contributed to a particular quota. She's not seen. If you are not married, marriage creates a binding mutual relationship, just like contract. Just like two persons entering contract. Now, when it is marriage under the act, it binds one man and one woman. And though in this circumstance, if your father married under the act and did what the second one, that's just bigamy. The law will never honor the second marriage when the first marriage is subsisting. Any other marriage is void. And possibly these are the reasons why people go into court marriage. If you go into court marriage with respect to property, then you are just losing. You are just losing it. Maybe you want to be poor. That's poverty mentality.
Let's do this call. Okay. Let's take this call that you can respond. Welcome. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm calling from Port.
All right, Chris.
Why is it that at times on the side of women, they always threaten, I want to divorce. But when you are ready for that divorce, they will tell you, when did I say so? I don't want to go anywhere. And your own money is to spend. But even if you dash them money, they use that money and buy property. That property belongs to them. But your own money is meant for feeding. Even if you buy anything, they so far they use their hand and buy that thing. It's their property. Is it supposed to be like that?
All right, Chris. He'll give a response. Let's take this call. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I've been speaking to Marisa. Good morning, Marisa.
Good morning, sir.
I have a challenge. My name is Akon, and I have a big challenge in my hands. My father died last year. The last year, that's going to a year plus now. We were about planning for the burial like 3 months before, after his death. The lawyer now came out and said my dad actually had a will because he heard some people were trying to sell a property.
Can you move away? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you move away from the child so we can get your thoughts clearly?
I'm trying to move away from her. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, start afresh, please.
Okay, so we are about planning for the burial when the lawyer came and said my dad has a will, and he heard some persons were planning to sell some of our properties, and he briefed us that the properties cannot be sold, and said some things that my dad said about his burial. So the senior boy came up because from the other mother and said, for the father, my dad wrote a will. He's no longer going to bury my dad. And this is the year plus now. We are just looking at it. Nothing is being happening. So I want to hear from the lawyer, what can I take as a senior son of the other wife? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm clear.
Yes. All right.
Okay. With respect to the last caller, yes, I don't know your custom. I don't know. You didn't mention where you come from, but let me advise you. If you cannot allow your dad to remain in the mortuary forever, you can go to court and ask court to order that first of all, give effect to the will. If your dad states the way it should be buried, possibly money as want somewhere, or sell a particular property, you now go to court and order court to give effect to that will and order for burial, and that will be done. But it will not be good that a man who has suffered this so much, there's nothing. I don't see anything wrong in polygamy. I just see management. if the man had done this, please look at the will, give effect to it, and the court is there to hear everything. And when it comes to burial, section order 4, with respect to fast tracking, it must be done as fast as almost every day the court will be sitting. So you just apply to the court, your lawyer apply for fast track, proceedings, and it will be heard maybe 2-3 times a week. And what is there is burial, no contention. You get it strictly.
All right. I mean, Chris that called and was talking about why women. You remember the question?
Yes, he said why women
are
do that.
also quick
if
to
a
ask
woman,
for a divorce.
like a woman met me, I know the husband recently, that she wants to buy a property, but I shouldn't tell the husband. I said, Madam, why? He said if she tells the husband that the whole money from now, before you know, you don't finish, and she has been saving, and the husband too has been complaining to me that this woman doesn't bring even money for pepper. So when I saw that this woman has saved reasonable money, almost 5 million, I told her, encourage her, go and buy a property. When you buy, but I will not do the agreement. I can only, because I know your husband.
Yeah.
I will refer you to a lawyer. But the truth is that, God forbid, anything happens to that woman, the man is the owner of the property.
Even if she's hiding it from him. I mean,
once her name is stated there,
yes,
the man is the owner of the property.
So even
you can, like me, I save money in my wife's hand sometimes because I'm very generous. You throw here, you pay school fees, you do this. Sometimes when you ask, I told her, tell me, what do you want to use this money for? You understand? So sometimes you just trust in the whole thing and nothing more. So if your wife is saving money for you, understand. Just build your marriage, make it work. It's very easy.
All right.
Then the other first caller that said the stepmother, it's not possible. I see some women, maybe because the child is not yours and the man dies, you now say you want to take everything. Maybe because you are married under the act. Look, there is no illegal child. The only thing the law says, if you find it intolerable, if your husband has is in a marriage with you and their marriage was done under the act, and your husband, for one or two reasons, he went to a league work and somewhere in Delta and he impregnates a woman, yes, that child may not be your child. What the law looks at is the act the man has done. If you find it intolerable, you can go. But if you don't find it intolerable, you stay. But you cannot say that child is... There is no illegal child anywhere. No child in this world is illegal. That child enjoys every right that you... So long you can own your property. If you say, this is my personal property, and that child will not benefit, it's okay. But if it's a property that is mutually owned by you and the man, the child's interest is in the interest of the man.
Okay.
So if we start doing this and having this sense, most of our problems is drawn from greed. Like the other one, like the brother said, I will not bury my father, possibly because he wants to take everything. No. So the woman, the first caller, the woman, why are you taking everything? You can't take everything. You're a human. You can also work. You work out your money. You will see wonderful women everywhere. As lawyers, we see women that will consult you and pay more than men. A natural business, not just maybe because they want to fight their husband. Business-wise, they pay more than men. So what you waiting to your own leg and hand? So the advice for the man: look at the will, look at your custom, what it says, approach a lawyer, and fight on.
All right, let's do this call. Good morning.
Good morning, ma.
Yes, good morning.
I'm the one that just called about my dad here. I didn't hear what the position of the lawyer, ma. I don't think I can plead with the lawyer to take his position again, ma.
Okay. The will and the funeral, the personhood.
What I said, look at the will. If the will is there, I can't speak much. Then you also marry the will with your custom. And go ahead. If you see leeways, maybe your father kept some money in the bank and that, go to probate the will. What do I mean probate the will? Let it pass through the test of the judicial system. Probate it. And I've not seen the content, so I don't know what to advise. And you go to court to give effect. Once it is probated, then It's when I mean probated, you pay some necessary fees, not just after the reading of the will, pay some necessary fees, and it will be that probate order is just like a judgment.
All right. I'm sure you got this now. Barrister Rocco, if the wife built the house herself and in her name, what happens if she passes? Presently, they have been separated for over 15 years and they have a 17-year-old girl who lives with the mom. Thanks, Dr. Queen. But let's take this call. We'll come back to this. Good morning.
Quite unfortunate. I'm sick for him again. He said probate the will. My dad has not been buried. And the lawyer, when the lawyer came, we're already planning for the burial like 3 months after my death, my father passed on. Then the will has not been read. And the son said, the senior son from the other mother said he's not going to bury my dad because he wrote a will. We attended family meeting. Family meeting said, whatever the senior boy's position, that's the position they will take. That if the senior boy said he's not going to bury it until they read it. Initially, it was until they read the will. We now spoke with the lawyer. The lawyer said he cannot read the will until the burial is being done. And the senior son is now insisting that he's not going to do anything, and the family is taking position with him. That
Bros,
whatever the senior son takes, the
Bros,
position
we
of the
cannot
senior
discuss
son, that's
everything
what
here. Go
the
to
family
get.
is going to take.
Can you
So
hear
what
me?
should I do as the senior son of the other mother?
Are you listening? The barrister
Yes,
is
ma'am, I'm
okay.
listening.
Okay.
Please go to court. Go to get a lawyer. Go to court. Either you go to customary court in your place, or since a will is involved, just approach the High Court. If your father has stayed over a year, that's not good. Now your senior brother is having a. Of course, we don't want to use any word, but it's very unfortunate. So, but just approach the High Court. Since it's don't go to customary court because will is unknown to customary activities. So approach the court, and the court may call for the will and give effect to it. The court is limited to nothing. It's limited to, it's tied to your custom, tied to law, tied to equity. They will do justice. They will fast track it and order that your father should be buried.
Okay. So the wife built the house herself and in her name. What happens if she passes? Presently, they have been separated for over 15 years and they have a 17-year-old girl who lives with the mom.
That the child takes it if they've been separated.
Because they've been separated and it's in her name, the woman's name.
No, hold on. At what time did she build the house?
Okay.
Was it when the marriage was subsisting?
If the wife built the house herself and in her name,
when the marriage was subsisting.
Well, that's not clear here. So, Dr.
Yes.
Queen, maybe you can, if you're listening, you can give a response.
When the marriage was subsisting, if the marriage was not subsisting, possibly there was before the after the if the property was built after
the separation.
Then
the child has it.
The child has it.
So if the property was built
before the separation, the man must have contributed in one way or the other, just like the women contribute.
Okay, so
I've told you people all of these things that are open to women. What the law says, if a man buys a property in the name of a woman in equity, it is presumed, just like C of O. When some people say, I went to one matter, they were saying, we have C of O. I was just looking at them. C of O is not conclusive evidence. The law is prima facie. That's on the face of it. It is presumed. So if you have anything to rebut it, that's what I mean rebut, to challenge and show that, no, I never intended it. No, I did it for sake of love, but not express ownership.
All right. Keep the calls coming. We have been talking to Victor Oroko here in the studio, and we've been looking at the right of parents of a deceased person who died in a subsisting marriage. I mean, it's brought us into a number of angles.
When we say now the parents, we can say they also siblings.
Yeah.
We want to drag, this is my brother's property. I've done one some years ago, somewhere I told you, I will not mention them. But finally, we didn't go to court. I told him, I advised the man. I said, please, just dash them one of the properties. But when they insisted, I told them, I will lose all.
Mm.
But because, be a man, the parents are still alive. And she has a natural duty to care for her parents. So give them one of the beautiful properties.
Okay.
Just be human. And he did. The other one, let me take care of my children, and while we stay in this other one. They wanted to take everything. I told them, if you push for that, you lose everything too.
Hmm. All right.
So waiting there for man, there for woman.
Okay, yes, it's not a gender.
But if the law is, if a woman buys a property in the name of a man, that the man is holding it in trust.
Can you say that again?
That's presumed.
Okay.
That's presumption.
Presumption.
That it is presumed the man is holding it in trust.
In trust.
You see, that's what they cheat us. But now it is for the other party asking otherwise to dig deep and say, no, that presumption is not correct. Where you see something where the law says 18 is like this, or presumed to be this, when you go to the evidence site, you see various presumption. Everything presumable is repeatable. So it is for you to show. That was a matter, I know why I left that matter. You understand? The man bought the property in the woman's name. Let's say Chika Okafor. The man is Mr. Okafor. Bought the property in the woman's name. The woman was a fourth wife. Completely. But the man, they did CFO in the woman's name. But the man has been managing the property. From 70s, he has been managing the property till date. And the woman, at late, they are very old. At late, said, no, it's my property. Most lawyers said it's the woman's property. I said, no. Only one lawyer, when I find it, because we bridge our brains, I said, no. This man has been in control. He doesn't have anything, or any other means of survival. He has been surviving with this. There is nothing wrong. And at 80 years, 80 something, the woman is saying, the man is over 100. I looked at the whole scene, I said, no, let me not step into this matter. But in my view, the man still owns the property. The man still owns the property.
It was bought in her name?
Yes, that's the presumption.
Okay.
That's the presumption that it is her property. But the man showed records how he worked. And all the tenancy agreement are in the name of the man.
Okay. So that can be debatable.
And the man is, the man is saying, the man has been taking full control for years. It shows simply, I never gifted you. Because what the law is saying, it's presumed to be a gift. If it is a gift, it's a gift. You cannot turn it around. You cannot retrieve it once you've gifted. But if I'm saying, I did not give it as a gift, but as a mark of love for us to live together, so why will you take it?
Okay, let's wrap up with this call. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
It's Mr. Ola called back.
All right, Mr. Ola, go on, please.
Yeah, I want to ask our guest. My elder brother, he has a wife in Nigeria. He stayed in America. So he took his wife and did all the traditional right, the court wedding, and he take the wife to America. So, and he has 6 children. Now, after my brother went to US, he got to US and married another woman in Nigeria.
The 6 children, the 6 children, sorry, Ola, the 6 children, is it with the wife?
Yeah, he's with the wife and the husband. They're together in US.
Okay.
So my brother came to Nigeria and married another woman. He did not pay he paid the bride price, but he did not do the court wedding. After my brother is late, during the what is it called? The agreement, that's what the constitution my brother wrote down. He said inside law that all the property should be given to the new wife, not to the old wife that he did wedding with. And the family were challenging that. What can we do about this? Because the paper favored the new wife.
Okay,
did
at
not
that
favor
point,
the old wife.
the family may not.
Thank you.
If you can hear me, at that point, the family may not. They lack locus, what we call locus. That's direct interest in that matter. What the people that can challenge that will, possibly they will show some extent, is the woman over there. If she has contributed and you are willing my property to a stranger, why will my own go? You understand? That's why I said this thing is broad. It's how deep the lawyers would think. I married Mr. Chinere, and tomorrow I'm no more. Possibly Chinere went overseas and started misbehaving. And before then, we've acquired some properties. I came back and I married. In the eyes of the law, first, there was no marriage. In the second one, there was no marriage. Except there was a divorce of the first one. But if there was no divorce, the second one is void. It's not voidable. Voidable means you can amend. Void is, the law did not even see that such a thing occurred. Now, we now send her, so she shouldn't claim it to be a wife, because the law will not see her if the other marriage was not nullified. Then secondly, you now go in for the will, whether he has a right to will a joint property. You can't will a joint property. You can't will an ancestral property. You will your property. You understand what I'm saying? Some men, why most things people don't, it doesn't cause problems, is that you will it to your wife and children and distribute it to the same people. You understand? But now when you share common strength with your wife, and you want to, the man was dying and wills everything to his mistress or brothers or sisters, leaving the wife who has joint own. Court marriage makes both of you joint owners of properties owned. That's what is embedded. It's a legal line running. It's like a blood running in your vessels, in your veins, in your tissues. So you cannot separate the blood. When you separate, the person collapses. So when there is that court marriage makes both of you joint owners. That's why I say what is there for the man is there for the woman. There's nothing to fear if you're a man. If you're a woman too, there's nothing to fear. But let your marriage be guided with clean heart, clean conscience. We don't know who go first die. And so this life day. But men die, when people say men die quickly before me, I tell them, don't leave all those things. Most men will senior their wives with 15 years, 20 years. Of course, you die first. Like me, I senior my wife with 10 years. And naturally, I should go before her. Am I correct? But nobody knows the other way. You senior, some men senior their wives with 18, 20 years. And when you are 70, the woman, maybe at 90, the woman will be, maybe the woman will be 70 years. And they say, widows. Of 90 years, you are good to go. You've enjoyed. You understand? So, the truth is that the second wife, if nothing was done, even if she was married by custom, there was no marriage.
All right.
So you nullify. It's a good case. You people will know what to do. But the family has nothing in law, no locus standi, except the children that can also ask questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor Oroko, for coming to the studio. And I hope that some of your questions have been giving great responses to. So going further, you may want to, let me seek the services of a lawyer and let's see how we can sort out some of these matters that you have mentioned. But then it's clearly stated by Mr. Victor that, married, you pass the wife. If the wife passes, the husband. If the both of them are not alive, the children. Before
no children,
the parents.
No parents, siblings. No siblings, nearest relatives.
All right.
If no nearest relatives, community. No community government takes it.
Charity. All right, thank you so much for coming to the studio. Shortly, 11 o'clock, Family Circle here on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with us. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
La 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 la.
That's why you see, sometimes you can see a girl, a very loving girl that is not as beautiful as you think, but people can just be around her, and there's this atmosphere she carries, though not as beautiful as Cinderella, okay, but something about her just begins to radiate the atmosphere, and people want to just hang around her. That's exactly what we're talking about. So it's not necessarily how I feel, okay, it's not how I feel, it's not how it makes me feel. It's about responsibility. And you see, when it gets to marriage, let me tell you the truth. Sorry to say, figuratively, there are devils that will only be unveiled when you guys get married. When I mean devils, I'm saying there are character traits and attitudinal dysfunctions that shows itself in the marriage, whether from the man or from the woman, when you guys step into marriage. Yes, you can prepare every kind of preparation you can do for marriage, but you cannot be ready 100%. So when you step into, that's why we always tell people, when you get into marriage, have what they call shock absorber, like what we have in the vehicle, that enables it to bounce and not crash. You should have those kind of things in marriage, because your spouse will offend you. Your spouse will hurt you. Your spouse will pierce you with their upbringing, and you will not walk away. And I can tell you, most persons have been tested, their love for their spouse have been tested by the showcasing of their spouse's dysfunction. And that was how their marriages ended. And that thing that ended really showed us that they were never in love. Because to love indeed is to die.
To love is to die.
Exactly. I like the way you're doing your face.
I mean, these are deep matters, because when we talk about the family, right, we talk about marriage. Obviously, the family is one of the spheres of influence in society. So it's not small matter. People think that when you talk about love, family, they say, please, I beg, we don't tire. But society is what it is because of the families. Because, I mean, these are human beings thrown into, even your politicians that you complain about, the man who serves you in whatever space, you go to the fuel station to buy and you say the girl is rude or this, they are all products of families. And
When you say the girl is rude, it means the father didn't train her well.
You want to associate it to that.
Yeah, if the father didn't train her well, it means he wasn't also trained well.
Yeah, so all of those chains.
Family.
Yeah, family. So the love that we talk about all the time, I mean, it's great to, sort of understand it, especially for someone who's maybe I don't really know it in this love
exactly.
thing.
Actually, you don't know what it is.
So, but let's ask you, right, dear listener, what truly is love? Well, you've been listening to Daniel Washington. He's a relationship expert and social reformer. Yes. But have you ever asked yourself that question? What truly is love? This 1, 2, 3, 4 letter words that we use all the time. I don't know if I've told anybody I love them this morning. Okay, I haven't. But I mean, I think we use the word all the time.
Are you serious? Did you tell anybody this week? Let's invade your private life
this
a little.
This week.
My God.
Yes, I have.
Interesting.
This week.
I wanted to say something, but let me just.
I have. I spoke with my friend. I think on Monday we spoke, and we were sharing scriptures and everything.
No,
and I told her, "Okay, you mean
no, that's not.
I will not say it on the radio."
All right, no problem.
Good morning. Welcome to Family Circle. What is love?
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, my name is and I'm calling from the Greater.
All right, welcome.
Yeah. What I believe is love is when two men and woman give themselves a real understanding. I will give you an example from myself. I've married for over 34 years.
Go on, we can hear you, please.
So I've married for over 35 years. So, and what I love my wife for is everything around her. Number one, she take care of my children. She cook the meal I want for me. When I ask her to sit, she sits. Everything I want around her. Even when I put money on the account, even if she feel hungry, she will not take that money until I will shout on her, "Can't you take money from your account?" and eat, and he said, because I did not give you the instruction, you will not take out of it. And we have been like this for 34 years plus now.
34. Wow. The call dropped. I mean, Daniel Washington, you were highlighting
It makes
something.
so much sense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a man married for about 34
years.
And he's telling you that. Did you hear him mention?
Understanding,
obedient, prudent. She's a prudent spender.
She's also homely.
She's
Talks
homely.
about cooking and taking care of the kids.
Exactly. Are you seeing what he's defining
That's
as
his
love?
interpretation of what love is then.
My point is, love is in the nature. It's not just in the feeling.
Okay. Because I mean, you can decide not to cook if you're angry.
Did you observe also that you can have sex with whom you don't love?
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
let's
open
do
the
this call.
phone now.
Welcome. Good morning. What is love?
This was very deep. But to me, I think love is all about truth.
Love is truth.
It's all about Yes, it's all about truth, love, and understanding. Constant truth. Wherever you are with your partner or whoever you are with, constant truth, constant caring, and constant understanding. That is one thing I find out as love. So, anyhow, anyone define it is his own. That's mine. Thank you.
Of course, it's your opinion, and it's very okay. Welcome. Good morning.
Yeah. Morning once again. Please, Queen, lower your speaker. I'm having a whole back here. I want to greet Daniel Washington.
What you said was so nice. The way you said it. Queen. Okay. Is the whole back from me?
Yes.
I wonder. All right, go on. All right, go on.
Daniel Washington made... the whole back is back. Daniel Washington laid a foundation. He said that love is not affection, not feeling, not emotion. And I quite agree with him. But those things are the ingredients of love. Those are the things that are like the aftermath, something that fall out of love. But these days, people misconstrue likeness for what someone does for them, or how someone does something for them or things for them, to love, instead of liking or loving that thing. You see, let me give you an elaboration. For instance, Queen, like you are now, you said you are single. Don't deny this. The other day you were telling Kema, the godfather, that you are single. You said it on air. Now, as you are, and then someone tries to take care of your upkeep, your hair, your clothes, mostly, and allowance and all that. Now, in this contemporary world, instead of expressing likeness or love for those things I do for you, which you like, which you appreciate, the reverse becomes the case that it is me now that you will be loving, instead of the things that made you have this feeling of affection, the feeling and emotion. I don't know if you get the picture. So we are misdirecting what love really is in this contemporary world. Because if those things I do that make you feel you now love me, you will see that automatically there was no love, because you will not feel anything again. You say, well, that's why many people like Daniel Washington said that most people don't know why they are actually in a relationship or why they like their partner. Because they have mistaken the main ingredients of love.
All right.
And the ingredients of love is very many, but I can list out a few. Love is understanding, commitment, sacrifice, forgiveness, selflessness, sincerity, care, trust, concern for one another, honesty, and then you require wiseness too in love. But not the feeling you have, not that emotion you have alone, not the affection you have for somebody. Something triggers these things. And if those things that trigger these things are not these few I listed, understanding, commitment, and somewhat the intelligence and the courage of that person.
All right, wrap up your thoughts, please, so we can take another
wrapping
call.
up. If these things are just the things I do, taking care of your upkeep, making you look good,
giving you funds and all that, the love is misdirected.
All
That is
right.
not love.
Good morning. Welcome.
Hello, madam.
Yes,
Good morning.
turn down the volume on your listening device, please.
My name is Nebu Pepu from Buguma, Asari Toro.
All right, go on, please.
Hello, madam. For Nigeria now, love is about money now.
What is love? What is love?
What
Are you
is
not
love?
a
Like
Nigerian?
money. It's money.
Okay, you. What is love? Is money? Okay.
Because if you don't have money, no man will love you. No man will love. Nobody will love you in this life.
I think that's really you're generalizing. When you say no man, when you say no
Hello?
man, no woman, that sounds too general. I mean, Daniel Washington, don't you agree? When people come and say nobody will love you if you don't have money, nobody will love you.
Enough. I told you something. I told you something that very soon when Gen Zs begin to call in, you'll be hearing things like that. I don't discredit him. I don't blame him. He's operating within the information at his beck and call, at his disposal. Okay? It's his mindset is speaking. But I beg to differ.
That
I beg
nobody,
to differ.
if you don't have money.
Our parents were not as wealthy as, okay, the parents of the 1950s, 1940s were not as wealthy as. How did they coexist? How did they coexist? And they trained 6 children in the university. And these children didn't see at any point in time mommy insulting daddy. Daddy didn't have all the money. You see, I like what Davido sang. Love is sweet, oh. When money enter, love is sweeter. And I agree. Yes, it's true. Okay, money makes love sweeter.
You have options to do a lot of
Yes,
things.
thank you.
Spice up.
Yes, you have options. Money gives you that avenue where if you don't want to eat rice, you can eat spaghetti.
Yeah.
If you don't want to eat beef, you can eat fish. If you don't want to eat low budget fish, you can eat croaker fish. I don't think it's what I'm saying. And all of these things, the moment he can afford it, all of these things sustains the bond. It strengthens the bond. It gives ease. Do you understand? But in the actual sense, you cannot say love is money.
All right. Let's
that
do
kind of guy, please don't get married.
Welcome. What is love?
Yeah, Ola call back from Greater.
All right, Ola. Ola, are you calling again?
Yeah, I just want to finish my topic.
All right, go on, please. In a minute,
please. When a man and woman love themselves, the kids that you have, you would love them all together. That's the way I feel that the life's supposed to be. I'm a friend to my children. I'm a friend to my wife. Even we have a WhatsApp call every morning. We have to do WhatsApp call. The family stays together, and you love yourself. You stay together. You see, this new jersey, I don't think money is love. The reason why I think money is not love. Sometimes you'll be working and there's no money. Then you see your madam will ask the children to eat. Both of you so legare. It has happened several times like that. And you sleep off like that. You will play with yourself. That's the way I believe love's supposed to be. Money is not enough. I don't believe that. Because I've been in the game for a long time. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to Family Circle.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
We can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning, yes. I have a Maxwell and the other lady.
Yeah.
Well, the truth is that it's a real reality. Ideally, what your guest is saying, that's and that's what. Okay. So in reality today, so the realism and idealism and reality, 90% of what people consider love today is materialism, money. That's the truth. Though that's also the case, like that both definition of love, they are already said sacrifice, forbearance, patience, endurance, but all these qualities. How many people when money is not involved, or when little money is involved? So it's good to say all these things. I hope people will learn. But the generation we are in, especially with the poverty, with the mindset of people, most of the girls now, see the boys, they will tell you, man, I don't want money, my money is after money. So, and that means that marriages are failing more now today than before, because but for me, love is commitment to a cause. Knowing fully well that You must be intentional to make it work. That is actually like somebody said, it's not feeling. But feeling is like grief, and you hear and there, and just everybody that's feeling what determines how it is. How that person can never be stable. But you know what you want. Love is, even if person does not have the how people are used to be, you are committed. Just like Jesus was committed to dying for us, even if you not deserve it. That is how it's supposed to be, and that's how it should be. And God is love himself. If we have nature of God, we must release love. Unfortunately, we have nature of demon. That's the thing. So that is the issue we have. And people are feeling themselves in terms of things from social media. That is dehumanizing or degrading the natural things God has put together. They are feeling themselves, anything you feel yourself, you become. That's why we are in the world today, and I feel for generation 10 years from now. I feel for more parents coming up, because they don't have any feeling. I mean, any genuine love. Because you have the cash money for a back of ground. That's going to be. And that's my take. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Welcome. Okay. That was. Let's see if we have messages before we get back to our guest here in the studio. Okay. This is the last call on the show. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Queen, and good morning to your guest in the studio.
All right. Good morning.
If you ask me what the definition of love, I'd rather tell you that it depends on how high or low every individual has experienced what he thinks or understand that is love. The frequency determines the definition. For me, I would tell you that love is an expression of selflessness. If you understand who the Almighty is, you will know that he's selfless. He gives us, he gives and gives and gives and gives forever. So if we are indeed created by him, we should have a resemblance of who he is. It's not about emotional or sensual feeling. That's why I said it depending on the high or frequency of how each person has consciously expressed himself in terms of this love. But you see, today I want to ask one question. It is said that marriages are made in heaven. What God has joined together, let not a man put asunder. Have we wondered why that statement? Because today we think that it is because of our feeling for one another, we have to go into marriage and all that. And today I can tell you that that's why people struggle in marriage. Because if indeed you understand the institution of that marriage that is made in heaven, you are supposed to enjoy your marriage all the days of your life. Because the soul that you will marry will become your complement. And you give each other selfless service. You express that selfless service to each other. That is what it ought to be.
All right. All right, that's the much we can take on calls. I mean, it's been a lot of reactions from the listener. So I've heard selflessness, I've heard commitment, I've heard understanding, what's the God love and all. Let's just get you wrap up, Daniel Washington.
But you, Queen, what is love to you?
Oh, good God. Maybe I'm trying to understand love.
Such diplomacy. Well, that's fine.
Maybe
fine.
I'm trying to understand it, and maybe it's coming from a place of sincerity. Seriously,
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I'm trying to understand what love is, but I know one love. I know God's love, and I know that it is unconditional. And how what God preaches about love, that it is patient, it is kind, it has it doesn't boast, and all of that. But maybe when it comes to loving partners
in that way,
maybe I'm still trying to understand what it is, and that's from a place of sincerity.
Let me just give a conclusive comment, and my comment is very simple.
Yeah.
The kind of love that will build a home is the kind of love that will crush self.
Okay.
If you're not ready to build from that understanding, then leave it. Selfish people can't stay in marriage.
The kind of love that will build a home is the kind of love that would learn to crush self. How easy is that?
How easy
would
is
you
it?
be crying when you're doing it? Haven't you cried?
No, in the most simple form is to put your partner first.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. simple to say or not simple to do.
Yeah.
All I've said,
because that's what I'm asking. The action, like
all I've simply said.
Because I've heard people say they hurt their partner and they had to go something. They had to cry because it cost them a lot. They had to put their partner before
Exactly.
them. Like,
The problem is when you're dating the wrong person, you'll be hurt when you love selflessly to the wrong person. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Daniel Washington, for coming to Family Circle. I hope that you have a great Saturday. And thank you for coming even when you were dragged out suddenly Saturday morning.
No problem.
All right, that's our show, Family Circle. Thank you so much for your contributions. Maybe love is something that we should always ask ourselves every day what it is. Maybe the consciousness of what it is. Am I truly loving my partner, my wife, my husband? How do they want to be loved? What does love mean to my husband? What does it mean to my partner? And can I every day die to self? And especially in the marriage, maybe it would help save more homes than we would want to be separated. I'm Queen Chima. The World News at 12 is coming up shortly. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. River State Police Command arrests a man for allegedly killing his wife in Omuma, LGA. Voting commences in Ahoda East State Constituency 2 and Kana State Constituency 2 by-election. President Bola Tinubu calls for peaceful and orderly conduct of elections in FCT, Kano State and River States. On the foreign scene, U.S. Supreme Court strikes down Trump's global tariffs. Now the detail. The River State Police Command has arrested a man simply identified as Alachi for allegedly killing his wife in Omuma local government area of River State. The incident occurred on Thursday, February 19, 2026 at Amaji village in Moyo community, Omuma local government area. Community sources said the couple had gone to their farm when a disagreement broke out between them. It was gathered that during the argument, the suspect allegedly used a kitchen knife to fatally attack his wife, a mother of two. Residents who reportedly heard her distress rushed to the scene, overpowered the suspect and handed him over to the Iberi Police Division under the Oyibo Area Command. The incident has thrown the community into mourning, while security sources said the suspect is in custody and allegedly told investigators he could not explain what led to his actions. The police public relations officer, Chief Superintendent of Police Gracie Rengekoko, confirmed the arrest, saying that the Commissioner of Police has ordered a detailed investigation to ensure justice is served. Reacting to the development, human rights advocate Prince Wiro described the incident as inhumane and called on the police to conduct a thorough investigation. Residents of Ibelu community in Obogoro clan in Obiakpo local government area, River State, have expressed concerns over the irregular and unreliable electricity power supply despite high monthly bills. Some respondents who spoke to Today FM correspondent Ayiba Priyo-Gunu complained about excessive load on transformers, which they said often results in low voltage, leading to insufficient to power household appliances or even charge mobile phones. They also complained how sometimes there will be a report of high voltage, which leads to damaging of electrical equipment. They noted that despite these challenges, electricity bills remain high, leaving many residents with the feeling of billing for power they scarcely received.
Issue for all this area, we are using only one transformer. You can check only one transformer for this area. We are more 2 million people using one transformer. I don't know how transformer can carry all the whole estate like this.
For one bill they give us now one room, but no fan. But sometimes they bring bill of 18,000, 17, 19.
19. Last bid and bring is 20,000.
Not only that, the light itself doesn't even come out. In fact, it doesn't even come. Like, we only experience light here, say, every night from 1, 2, 3, or 4, as case may be.
Wickedness. At times, people end up fighting with them. They end up having issues with people, including me, because there is no way we will not make use of light. At the end of the day, you will now bring bill 10,000, 15,000. They end up fighting.
Voting has commenced in Ahoda A State Constituency 2 and Kana State Constituency 2 by-election and conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Today FM correspondent reports that electoral materials moved earlier from INEC office in the affected local government areas and accreditation commenced at about 8 a.m. in 2 constituencies. Eligible voters are seen casting their votes in the ballot box with security agencies stationed at different polling units, while some are on patrol on the street and major roads in the areas. Although there is low turnout of voters, but the process is peaceful at the moment, as several inhabitants are seen going about their business, with some shops partially closed for businesses. Meanwhile, more than an hour after voting was scheduled to commence for the FCT area council elections, staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission were yet to commence accreditation and voting in some areas, especially at Kubwa polling units 004 and 047. The presiding officer, Eric Patience, who spoke with newsmen, said the delays were due to issues at the camp where they lodged, but declined to state what specific issues she had encountered. An assistant presiding officer was still pasting the register, assisted by an agent of the All Progressives Congress. A voter who declined to be named in this report lamented the delay, stating that he arrived at the polling units at 8 a.m. ahead of the voting time, while the staff only arrived at 8:30 a.m., which was supposed to be the commencement time. Similarly, voting was also yet to commence at polling, as assistant presiding officers were seen setting up the voting booth as of 9:52 a.m. In the meantime, the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, and the Transition Monitoring Group, TMG, have condemned the restriction of movement announced for the area council elections in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, describing the decision as poorly coordinated, contrary to the national interest and capable of fueling allegations of electoral manipulation. In a statement signed by the Executive Director of CISLAC, Anwar Musa Rafsanjani, and Chairman of TMG, the groups expressed concern over what they described as a lack of harmonization among security and government authorities, noting the conflicting timelines issued by different offices. They stated that traditionally, movement restrictions on election day run from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. and questioned the rationale behind the extended time frame. The groups added that the prolonged restriction has heightened public suspicion, with some Nigerians alleging that the directive could be linked to a potential electoral rigging agenda. They argued that issues of national importance, particularly elections, require unified communication and strategic coordination to avoid confusion, panic, and loss of public trust. CISLAC and TMG stated that elections are not a war and should not be treated as such, stressing that citizens observing Ramadan must not be prevented from carrying out their religious obligations. According to the groups, residents need the freedom to perform prayers, purchase essential items, and attend to other basic needs, especially amid the prevailing economic hardship in the country, where many people cannot afford to stock up on supplies and must go out daily to work and earn money before purchasing food items. The organizations further warned that imposing stringent restrictions without clear justification raises suspicion and undermines confidence in the electoral process. Earlier, the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, declared a restriction of movement across the FCT from 8 p.m. on Friday to 6 p.m. on Saturday, directing security agencies to ensure full compliance. However, the Commissioner of Police FCT Command, Mila G. Dentawai, announced a separate restriction of movement from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, February 21, 2026, in view of the scheduled area council elections. CISLAC and TMG noted that discrepancy between the minister's directive and the police announcement reflects a troubling lack of coordination and unity among public institutions on matters of national interest. They called on relevant authorities to align their positions, ensure clarity in public communication, and prioritize citizens' rights while maintaining electoral security. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu had called for peaceful and orderly conduct during Saturday's elections in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Kano State and River States. The president, in a statement by his spokesperson, Bayo Nanuga, urged security agencies to exercise restraint and the electoral body to strengthen public confidence in the process. He appealed to voters, security personnel and officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to carry out their responsibilities calmly and professionally. Tinubu encouraged eligible voters to turn out without fear, stressing that democracy democracy thrives in an atmosphere of peace, tolerance, and mutual respect. He also urged political parties, candidates, and their supporters to avoid violent, inflammatory rhetoric and any actions capable of undermining the credibility of the polls. The president warned security agencies against high-handedness, intimidation, or any conduct that could disenfranchise voters or erode public trust. He emphasized that their role is to safeguard lives and property while protecting the integrity of the ballot. He further called on INEC to take necessary steps to boost voter confidence by ensuring timely accreditation, smooth voting procedures, accurate collation, and prompt transmission of results in line with the Electoral Act 2026. Tinubu reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting institutions responsible for delivering free, fair, and credible elections, expressing confidence that the outcome of the polls would reflect the will of the people and strengthen Nigeria's democratic process. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. The federal government has commenced payments for outstanding 2024 capital projects as part of efforts to clear backlogs and accelerate budget implementation. The announcement was made in a post on X by the Special Advisor on Media and Public Communication to President Bola Tinubu Sunday Diary. According to the presidency, all ministries, departments and agencies, MDEs, have been directed to submit their cash plans for the 2025 budget by the close of business on February 23, 2026. Payment processing for the 2025 capital budget will commence immediately after the submission deadline. The government also set March 31, 2026 as the target date for the full implementation of the capital component of both the 2024 and 2025 budgets. The development followed assurances by the Minister of State for Finance, Doris Uzoka Anite, who told lawmakers that outstanding capital payments would be processed before the end of March. She gave the assurance during an interactive session between the Senate Committee on Appropriations and the federal government's economic team on the proposed 2026 appropriation bill. Meanwhile, the federal government has raised concerns over the continued circulation of a substandard and falsified veterinary medicines across the country, attributing the trend to weak regulatory compliance and poorly coordinated importation practices. The Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Mukhtar, voiced the concern at a national stakeholders roundtable on the quality and regulation of veterinary medicines held in Abuja. Mukhtar noted that inadequate oversight of local manufacturing and distribution channels has allowed low-quality products to flood the markets, with livestock farmers often unknowingly purchasing ineffective drugs. He warned that these leads to treatment failures, economic losses, and preventable livestock death, ultimately undermining productivity in the sector. Describing the livestock industry as a key pillar of Nigeria's agricultural transformation agenda, the minister said millions of Nigerians depend on it for income, nutrition, employment, and livelihood security. Mukhtar also identified the misuse and abuse of antimicrobials, including incorrect dosages, poor storage, and unsupervised administration as major drivers of antimicrobial resistance, posing serious risks to animal and human health, food safety, and the environment. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has urged state governments to prioritize contact tracing amid the ongoing outbreak of Lassa fever across the country, which has so far claimed 70 lives. The Director General of the agency, Jide Idris, who made the appeal during a press briefing, disclosed that 15 healthcare workers have been affected in the current outbreak, attributing the trend to weak infection prevention and control practices in high-burden areas, as well as low index of suspicion among medical personnel when patients present symptoms. He noted that some infected health workers delay seeking treatment due to stigma and fear, further complicating response efforts. Lassa fever is an acute viral hemorrhagic illness caused by the Lassa virus and transmitted primarily through contact with food or household items contaminated by urine or feces of infected Mastomys rat. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, the disease is endemic in Nigeria and several West African countries, including Benin, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Mali, Sierra Leone, and Togo. Since the major outbreak in 2016, Nigeria has recorded recurring seasonal spikes. The agency called for stronger coordination and increased state commitment to curb the spread of the disease. On the foreign scene, the U.S. Supreme Court has delivered a ruling against Donald Trump over his past imposing a swath of tariffs that upended global trade. The court held that Trump exceeded his authority in imposing a swath of tariffs that upended global trade, blocking a key tool that the president has wielded to impose his economic agenda. The conservative majority High Court ruled 6-3 in the judgment, saying the international emergency economic powers does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. While Trump has long used tariffs as a lever for pressure and negotiations, he made unprecedented use of emergency economic powers upon returning to the presidency last year to slap new duties on virtually all U.S. trading partners. His action included reciprocal tariffs over trade practices that Washington deemed unfair, alongside separate sets of duties targeting major partners Mexico, Canada, and China over illicit drug flows and immigration. The court in the ruling noted that had Congress intended to convey the distinct and extraordinary power to impose tariffs with IEEPA, it would have done so expressly, as it consistently has it other tariff statutes. The ruling does not impact sector-specific duties that Trump has separately imposed on imports of steel, aluminium, and various other goods. The Supreme Court's decision affirms earlier findings by lower courts that tariffs Trump imposed under IEEPA were illegal. A lower trade court had ruled in May that Trump overstepped his authority with across-the-board levies and blocked most of them from taking effect, but that outcome had been put on hold as the government sought an appeal. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Rivers State Police Command has arrested a man for allegedly killing his wife in Omuma local government area. Voting has commenced in the Ahoda East State Constituency 2 and Kana State Constituency 2 by-election by INEC. President Bola Tinubu has called for a peaceful and orderly conduct of elections in the FCT, Kano State and Rivers State. On the foreign scene, U.S. Supreme Court has struck down Trump's global tariffs. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ejor. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Facebook, it's at Today95.1fm. Instagram at TodayFM951. X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today FM, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take the support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart, resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make effort to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and provide solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
bringing us here and for hearing you call us unto discipleship. We are grateful because today you have called us unto yourself. We want to follow you with all our hearts. Teach us on this fourth day of our Lenten journey to follow you and never to turn back. Make our prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen. On this fourth day of our Lenten journey, we want to raise this curious question. Where are you? Where are you seated right now? Where you are right now, is that where God wants you to be? Where you are right now, are you doing what God expects of you? In Luke chapter 5 from verses 27 to 32, Jesus was passing along the way, and he saw a man named Levi, who is also called Matthew. He saw him and he told him, "Follow me." Guess what happened? Matthew left everything. He rose from his seat where he was and he followed Jesus. After that, he threw a feast. And what did all of this mean? That today, this fourth day, God is breaking into where we are to tell us to follow him. To follow Jesus means that he wants us to be his disciples. Disciples are those who follow on the steps, along the steps of Jesus. And that's where Jesus wants us to be. Follow my step. As he called Levi, he left everything. On this fourth day, Jesus is calling us. Leave everything that had made you somebody cut off from the presence of God. Matthew, by his own trade, he was living a life that he was a tax collector that was even taking much more than was expected of him. Not only was he hated by the people, he even walked on the side of the Romans against his own people. And Matthew was seen as a man that should have nothing. No one should have anything to do with. The life of Matthew, when Jesus called him, became something that Matthew was ready to leave behind. He left all that behind and decided to do the next thing. He rose. When God calls us, as he is calling us today, he is saying, rise from where you are, and I'm taking you to where you need to be. Every time the Lord invites us, he calls us to live where we are presently and to be where I want you to be. And Jesus is saying to us, you can no longer sit where you are. You can no longer stand where you are. You need to begin to walk from where you are to where I want you to be. Can't you hear this clearly today? That the Lord is calling you. And then the next thing that Levi did was that he followed. It's not enough that you have left everything and you have risen from where God is calling you from, and you have decided not to follow. You have to follow Jesus. You have to follow him with everything in us. You have to follow him because he is taking us to where he wants us to be. To follow Jesus is not easy. To follow Jesus is also very fulfilling. To follow Jesus will not only complete the purpose for which we were created. To follow Jesus is what will bring us the fulfillment of our own dreams. And guess the next thing that Levi did? He threw a party. To follow Jesus means that we are not going to hide our new decision. We must make people know that we have left our former ways and we are now living for Jesus. We must let people know that we are no longer the same old people, because all things in our lives have given way to the newness of life with Christ. We are called upon on this fourth day of our Lenten journey to follow Jesus as disciples, to follow Jesus with all our hearts. Guess something, that every time the Lord calls us, he not only invites us to follow him, he raises us up. He will raise you to the heights you have never expected. He will raise you up just like he raises everyone who follows him. He will raise us up to where people will begin to wonder the hand of God and his fellowship, how much they have been upon us. Let me say it very clearly. There is none that have put his or her trust in the Lord that have been disappointed. Ask the apostles. They followed Jesus. The trials came, but their names will never be forgotten because they lived for him and died for him. Heavenly Father, as you have invited us today to follow you in discipleship, we want to live for you day by day. We want to live for you with all our hearts. We do not want to go to our past. We want to begin to start this new life in Christ, a life that leads to eternal joy. We make our prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord be with you and with your spirit. And may Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Gentlemen, boys and girls, lovers of the beautiful game, it's time for the fans. From your